I let my kids steal from my brother's house and laughed about it. My brother and his family came to visit last month, and like usual, the first thing my nephew noticed when he walked into our house was the Lego setup scattered around. It's a tradition between me and my teenagers. We'll build little dioramas and tuck them into random spots around the house like Easter eggs. You might find a battle between Iron Man and Darth Vader perched on the loot llama on the bookshelf, a medieval brawl scene on the toilet tank, two stormtroopers roasting a marshmallow on top of the microwave. My nephew, who's 8, thought they were the coolest thing ever. He followed my kids from room to room like he was on a treasure hunt. We didn't think much of it, until a few days later when we realized some of our Lego figures had mysteriously vanished. My kids tore through every shelf and bin looking for them. Nope, gone. I texted my brother and asked if maybe his kid had accidentally pocketed some. He brushed it off with, "Oh yeah, he took a few home. You know how kids are. I'll bring them back next time we see you." Fine. Fast forward a couple of weeks, we meet up for coffee. I reminded him. He showed up empty-handed, gave me this half smile and a shrug and said, "Oops, I forgot. Okay, game on." A week later, he invited us over for a family BBQ at his place. On the way there, I turned to my teenagers in the backseat and said, "If the Lego isn't returned the moment we walk through that door, then everything in that house is fair game. Consider yourselves godless barbarians. No mercy." My daughter asked, "So like, Viking rules?" "Exactly," I said. My kids looked at each other, grinning from ear to ear. Then we walked in. No Lego in sight. I raised an eyebrow at my brother. He laughed like it was no big deal and said, "Oh, I'll get it to you next time. They're just toys, man. Don't be weird about it." So I nodded, turned to my kids and whispered, "All right, guys, you heard him." What followed was pure chaos. My teenagers moved through his house like a well-trained heist crew. My son went for the living room, my daughter to the kitchen. Remotes disappeared. Phone chargers vanished. Toilet paper rolls ended up in our tote bag. Small electronics, beer mugs, spatulas, even a single flip-flop for maximum annoyance. They stripped that place like raccoons in a pantry. At one point, I caught my daughter trying to smuggle their tiny pug Yorkie mix under her hoodie. "Put the dog back," I whispered. "But Dad," she said with a completely straight face, "this is the ultimate loot." "No dog napping. Focus," I said, trying not to laugh. We loaded the car over the course of an hour, casually ferrying loot. Then, I found something else buried in the stuff. My sister-in-law's bright pink vibrator. I swear I almost died trying not to burst out laughing. I snuck it back inside, praying my sister-in-law wouldn't walk in. Then we left like nothing happened. No one noticed because everyone was busy outside chatting. We were about 15 minutes into the drive home when my phone started buzzing nonstop. I ignored it. The kids were cackling in the back seat like villains in a getaway car. My daughter was like, "Oh man, we almost got a dog." I facepalmed. When we got home, I finally called him back. He was livid. "A bunch of stuff is missing from my house," he shouted. I said, "Oh, really? That's so weird." He snapped. "Don't play dumb. You know damn well what happened. I want my stuff back." "Yeah, sure," I said casually. "I'll return your things once I get my Lego back." An hour later, my brother stormed up to the porch with a box full of Lego and dumped it at my feet. I noticed he'd thrown in a few pieces that weren't even ours. I handed him the box of his belongings and said, "See how fast that works when you take responsibility? This is how we're handling it from now on. You let your kid take my stuff, my kids take yours." He was so pissed he kept swearing at the top of his lungs, slammed his car door real hard, then drove off. I went inside and found my son doubled over laughing until he was crying. Turned out he'd reversed the batteries in every single remote beforehand, so they looked normal but wouldn't work. I lost it. Good job, kiddo. LOL. My kids now refer to that night as the Great Pillaging by the Godless Barbarians. Of course, my parents got wind of it and were not amused. My mom lectured, "There's a huge difference between an 8-year-old taking toys and teenagers stealing from their uncle." I told her the lesson wasn't for the 8-year-old. It was for their grown-ass son who thinks kids being kids excuses theft. My parents called me disrespectful and got so mad they didn't talk to me for a week. A few days later, I built a new Lego scene. 2 minifigs carrying a couch, with a Lego dog perched on top like it was moving day. I snapped a picture and sent it to my brother with the caption, "Next time." He responded with 3 words, "Go fuck yourself." I laughed for 5 minutes straight. Totally worth it.
"I don't owe you loyalty if we're not married," she said. So I told her she'd never have to worry about loyalty again. Now she's begging me to talk while I'm thriving alone. Hey viewers, before we move on to the video, please make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button if you want to see more stories like this. Thanks. When I look back now, I can pinpoint the exact moment things started to shift, the moment I should have known who Sabrina really was. We'd been together for almost 3 years. I was 29, she was 28, and we were at that stage where people start asking about rings, mortgages, and timelines. We weren't perfect, but we were steady. I thought that counted for something. Sabrina was beautiful, warm brown hair, loud laugh, sharp confidence. The kind of person who could walk into a room and immediately dominate it. She worked in marketing, which made sense. She loved being seen, loved attention, loved the idea that everyone wanted her. I was the opposite. I wrote software for a logistics firm. Quiet, consistent, not flashy. My idea of a good night was a movie and takeout on the couch. Hers was a rooftop bar and 50 Instagram stories of cocktails. But I loved her. I really did. She had this spark that made every day feel alive. I just didn't realize how easily that spark could burn people too. It started small, harmless flirting, I thought. A coworker named Caleb started showing up in her stories. Tall, slick, confident, the type who always had a drink in hand. She'd tag him with captions like, "My favorite work twin," or "Work husband red heart." I ignored it at first. I trusted her. I wanted to trust her. But one night, she posted a boomerang of them laughing at some bar, his arms slung around her shoulders, her head tilted toward him. The caption read, "My favorite headache face with tears of joy red heart." I stared at my phone for a good minute. that sinking feeling creeping into my chest. It wasn't jealousy, it was humiliation. It was knowing every person who saw that story probably thought I was a fool. When she came home, tipsy and glowing, I kept my voice calm. Ethan, hey, can I ask you something? That post with Caleb, do you think that's a little disrespectful? Sabrina, what? Oh my God, you're not seriously jealous of Caleb. Ethan, it's not jealousy. It just looked a little intimate, that's all. Sabrina, laughing, it's just a joke. We're close friends. He calls me his work wife. I call him my work husband. Everyone knows it's not serious. Ethan, then maybe you don't need to post it for everyone to see. Sabrina, you're so uptight sometimes. Seriously, relax. You know you're the real one. Don't turn this into some trust issue. Her tone wasn't defensive, it was dismissive, like I'd just said something childish. She patted my chest, kissed my cheek, and walked off to change. That night, she fell asleep instantly. I didn't. I laid there staring at the ceiling, wondering when expressing discomfort had turned into being controlling. I wasn't trying to cage her in. I just didn't want to be mocked in public by the person I loved. But I let it go. Because that's what you do when you're trying to be the reasonable one. You tell yourself you're overreacting, that she wouldn't cross a line. A few weeks later, she started going out more. Work happy hours, team bonding nights, late client calls. She always looked perfect before she left. Heels, red lipstick, new dresses. And every time, she'd say the same line with a teasing smirk. Don't wait up for me, Mr. Responsible. She said it like a joke, but I could feel the distance growing. One Friday, I decided to surprise her by picking her up after her team event. She texted me that she'd be home late, but I was in the area anyway. When I parked outside the restaurant, I saw her through the window. Caleb was there, leaning close, his hand brushing her arm as she laughed. I watched for maybe 30 seconds before turning off the engine and driving home. The next morning, she came in humming, holding a coffee cup with Caleb's name scribbled on it in black marker. Ethan, you guys seem pretty close these days. Sabrina, we work together every day, Ethan. He's my friend. Ethan, do friends usually hold hands at dinner? Sabrina, pauses, were you spying on me? Ethan, I drove by. I saw you. Sabrina, wow. Okay, that's not cool. That's really controlling behavior. That word, controlling, hit like a slap. She said it with practiced ease, like she'd been waiting to pull it out. Ethan, you know what's not cool? Pretending loyalty doesn't matter. Sabrina, loyalty? Laughs. We're not married, Ethan. You don't own me. You can't expect exclusivity when we're not even engaged. I remember freezing. Ethan, so until there's a ring, anything goes. Sabrina, I'm just saying, I have a right to figure out what I want. You can't guilt me for that. That was the moment it all snapped into focus. Every joke, every flirtation, every time she called me too serious. She'd been rewriting the rules in her head for months. I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just stood there and said, quietly, Ethan, then you'll never have to worry about loyalty again. She looked confused, maybe expecting a fight. But I didn't give her one. I walked to the bedroom, grabbed my bag, and left. She didn't follow me. She didn't even call that night. And just like that, 3 years ended with one sentence that told me everything I needed to know. I didn't take much when I left. Just a duffel bag, my laptop, and a few shirts. Everything else, the furniture, the dishes, the framed photos we took on our trip to Portland, I left behind. I didn't want reminders. Driving away, there wasn't rage or heartbreak, just quiet disbelief. The kind that feels heavier than anger. I replayed her words in my head over and over. We're not married. You can't expect exclusivity. I'd never felt smaller than I did in that moment. I spent the night at my friend Adam's place. He didn't ask many questions, just handed me a beer and nodded when I said, "It's over." That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured her laughing with Caleb, the look of irritation she gave me when I asked for respect. The next morning, I texted her one sentence. I'll be by later this week to grab the rest of my stuff. No response. When I showed up 2 days later, she was sitting on the couch in leggings and a hoodie, scrolling through her phone like nothing had happened. Sabrina, you're seriously doing this? Ethan, yeah. I'm not sticking around for someone who thinks loyalty is optional. Sabrina, God, you're being dramatic. I didn't cheat. We were just figuring things out. Ethan, You were figuring things out with someone else while I was paying half your rent. Sabrina, so what? You think that means I owe you my life? Ethan, no. Just honesty. But I guess that's asking too much. I packed quietly while she huffed and muttered under her breath. The whole time, she kept making snide comments, like she wanted to provoke me. Sabrina, you'll never find someone who's as upfront as I am, you know. Most people lie. Ethan, you just said loyalty doesn't matter. That's not honesty, that's selfishness. Sabrina, maybe I just don't want to live by your old-fashioned rules. That was her final line before I left for good. Old-fashioned rules. It's funny, that phrase used to make me feel guilty, like I was out of touch. But as I stood there looking at the person who'd just justified betrayal, I realized that what she called old-fashioned was actually just basic respect. I didn't bother saying goodbye. I closed the door and drove off, feeling lighter with every mile. The next few weeks were quiet, too quiet. I went to work, went to the gym, tried to fill the hours. Every now and then, I'd reach for my phone, half expecting a message from her. There was nothing. She didn't call, didn't text. She just vanished. I guess she thought I'd come crawling back once I'd cooled down. Instead, I started cleaning my life out, unsubscribing from the noise. I stopped checking her socials, deleted our photos, blocked her number. I told myself, no closure, no explanations, just peace. And slowly, it started to work. About a month later, I got a call from Mia, a mutual friend who'd known both of us for years. Mia, hey, you okay? Ethan, yeah, I'm good. What? Mia, you didn't hear this from me, but she's seeing Caleb now. Officially. Ethan, yeah, I figured. Mia, she's been telling people you were too possessive. That's why she left. I laughed, not because it was funny, but because it was predictable. Ethan, that's fine. Let her say whatever she needs to say. Mia, you don't sound surprised. Ethan, when someone can twist their own words that easily, they'll twist yours too. After that, I made a rule, never ask about her again. I focused on myself. Work became a kind of therapy. I took a project that required me to move to a different city, smaller, quieter, exactly what I needed. I started running again, cooking my own meals, reading before bed. For the first time in years, my life didn't revolve around someone else's mood. Months passed. My friends said I seemed calmer, lighter, and they were right. Sometimes, though, I'd get flashes, like when I'd pass a restaurant we used to go to or hear a song she loved. For a split second, I'd miss her. Not her as a person, but the idea of who I thought she was. Then I'd remember her words. We're not married. You can't expect exclusivity. And the feeling would fade. About 6 months later, I got my first text from her since the breakup. Just one line, hey, I think we should talk. I feel like you misunderstood me. I stared at it for a while. Then I deleted it. No reply. No second thought. She wanted to talk about misunderstandings, but there was nothing to misunderstand. She'd said exactly what she meant, and I'd finally learned to listen. That was the day I realized silence wasn't emptiness. It was peace. I didn't think about Sabrina much after that. Not really. I was too busy rebuilding my life. My work picked up. I got promoted to lead developer within a year. I'd moved into a clean, simple apartment with huge windows and zero drama. Some weekends, I'd drive to the coast, sit by the water, and just breathe. For the first time in years, there wasn't anyone criticizing me for being too quiet or too predictable. Peace had started to feel like freedom instead of loneliness. Every now and then, someone would mention her name, an old friend, a coworker, someone who still followed her online. I never asked for details, but they'd spill out anyway. Apparently, Sabrina and Caleb were official now. They were the it couple at her office, posting selfies at bars, fancy dinners, even a beach trip with matching captions about finding your person. When Mia told me that, I just smiled. Mia, you're really okay with that? Ethan, if she's happy, great. Just means I was never the right person for her. Mia, you're taking this way too well. Ethan, I already paid the emotional bill. No point asking for a refund. And I meant it. I wasn't pretending. The anger had burned out a long time ago. But life has a funny way of looping back. About a year after the breakup, I got a message from an unknown number. Hey, it's Mia. Can I call? You're going to want to hear this. When she called, I could hear the mix of disbelief and amusement in her voice. Mia, so Sabrina's not with Caleb anymore. Ethan, that was quick. Mia, Yeah. Turns out Mr. Charisma had a side girlfriend. At their office. Ethan, you're kidding. Mia, nope. Apparently, he was sleeping with their project manager while living with Sabrina. She found out because the girl accidentally tagged him in a private story. Ethan, ouch. Mia, the best part? When she confronted him, he told her the same thing she told you. Ethan, what? Mia, that they weren't married. So technically he didn't know her loyalty. I didn't laugh out loud, but I smiled. There it was, poetic justice. Mia continued. Mia, she had a full meltdown at work. HR had to step in. Caleb's been reassigned. Everyone knows what happened. Ethan, that's rough. Mia, you're seriously not even a little happy about this? Ethan, let's just say she finally met someone who speaks her language. For the first time, I genuinely felt nothing. No spite, no satisfaction, just closure. Months went by, and I started noticing small signs of her unraveling online. Her posts shifted from glamorous dinner shots to vague, melancholic quotes about self-love and healing. Then, out of nowhere, she posted a photo of a ring with the caption, "New Beginnings." I learned later that she'd actually married Caleb after all, apparently trying to prove to everyone that what they had was real love, that I'd been the problem. It didn't last. 6 months into their marriage, he cheated again, this time publicly. Screenshots of his texts with another woman made their way through her office. I heard through friends that she tried to save face by pretending they were working through it, but eventually he left. He cleaned out their joint account, took her car, and disappeared. When Mia told me that, I just said, Ethan, that's unfortunate. Mia, that's it. Ethan, that's all I've got. But later that night, when I was sitting alone at my desk, I couldn't help but think about how circular life can be. She'd mocked me for being too safe, for believing loyalty mattered, and she ended up learning that lesson from someone who had none. Meanwhile, my world was growing bigger. I'd been mentoring new developers at work, and one of them, a kid fresh out of college, told me, "You're the calmest guy I've ever met." I laughed, because 2 years earlier I'd been anything but. Peace changes people. Around that time, I started traveling again, small trips, solo hikes, weekends out of town. I didn't post about it, didn't announce anything. I just lived quietly, fully. And that's when the second text came. Same number as before, the one I'd deleted months earlier. Hey, I know I messed up. I just wanted you to know I'm not with Caleb anymore. Things were complicated. I read it twice and put my phone down. I didn't block her this time, not because I wanted to talk, but because I wanted her to sit with the silence. 2 days later, another message popped up. You were right about him. I should have listened. No reply. That was the moment I realized she wasn't reaching out for closure. She was reaching out because I represented something stable, something she'd destroyed and couldn't rebuild. And I wasn't about to become her emotional safety net. So I left her on read again. No anger, no satisfaction, just peace. Because when someone shows you that loyalty means nothing to them, the kindest thing you can do, for both of you, is disappear. By the time another year passed, Sabrina had become a ghost in my life. I never blocked her number, but her messages slowed to a trickle, short, guilt-ridden texts that never got answers. I still think about how things ended. You didn't deserve how I treated you. I just wish you'd let me explain. There was never an explanation I needed. She'd made her choice, and I'd made mine. Life had started to reward that quiet decisiveness. Work was going better than ever. I'd been promoted again, this time to project lead. I'd moved into a better apartment, picked up guitar lessons, started cooking again. I'd even reconnected with old friends who said I finally seemed like myself again. I wasn't chasing happiness, I was just living. And that's when karma really started showing its full hand. Mia called one evening while I was watching a movie. Mia, okay, you're not going to believe this. Ethan, if this is about Sabrina again, I might. Mia, it is. And yeah, it's bad. Turns out, after Caleb vanished, Sabrina was left with a mess. He'd drained their savings, left her with overdue rent, and trashed her credit. She'd begged her parents for help, but they were tired of bailing her out. Apparently, they'd warned her about Caleb from the start. She'd also been let go from her company. Office gossip had spread so badly that she couldn't stay, and her boss had encouraged her to resign quietly. Mia, she's back living with her parents now, working part-time at some local marketing firm. Ethan, that's rough. Mia, you know what's crazy? She keeps telling people you were the only guy who actually cared about her. I didn't respond to that. What was I supposed to say? That she was finally telling the truth? Weeks later, the inevitable happened. She showed up in person. I was walking home from the coffee shop on a rainy Sunday when I saw a familiar car parked outside my building. She stepped out before I could react. Hair shorter now, eyes tired, makeup barely hiding the exhaustion. Sabrina. Ethan, hey. She said it softly, like she was afraid her voice might break. Ethan, Sabrina. Sabrina, can we talk? Just 5 minutes. It had been over 2 years since we'd last spoken face to face. For a moment, I considered saying no, but something in her expression stopped me. Not hope, not anger, just defeat. We stood under the awning as rain poured around us. Sabrina, I know I don't deserve this, but I needed to see you. I've been trying to get my life back together, and I just keep thinking about you. About what I threw away. Ethan, you didn't throw it away, Sabrina. You traded it. Sabrina, I know. God, I know. And it wasn't worth it. Caleb, he was everything I thought I wanted, but he didn't care about me. He never did. She was trembling slightly. Not from the cold, from guilt. Ethan, you told me once I was too predictable. Too safe. Sabrina, I was stupid. I wanted excitement. I thought love was supposed to be chaos. But you made things easy. You made me feel calm, and I mistook that for boredom. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. The sound of the rain filled the silence. Sabrina, I don't expect you to forgive me. I wanted to say I'm sorry. For lying. For betraying you. For everything. There was a time when I would have given anything to hear those words. But standing there, I realized how little they mattered now. Ethan, I appreciate that. Really. But I don't hate you, Sabrina. I just stopped needing you to matter. She flinched, not because I said it cruelly, but because it was honest. Sabrina, is there any chance we could try again? Not right now, but maybe someday. Ethan, no. Her eyes glossed with tears. Sabrina, I figured you'd say that. Ethan, you deserve peace too. But I can't be part of your healing. That's yours to do. She nodded slowly, wiping her eyes. Then she whispered, Sabrina, you really did love me, didn't you? Ethan, yeah. And that's why I had to let you go. She stood there for a while, like she wanted to say something else, but couldn't find the words. Finally, she turned and walked back to her car. The door closed, the engine started, and she drove off without looking back. I never saw her again. But I did get one final message that night. Thank you for not hating me. I hope you're happy. I typed a reply, then deleted it. Some stories don't need an ending. They just need to stop. That was the night I realized peace isn't something you find after pain. It's what's left when you stop trying to make sense of it. A year later, I stopped thinking about Sabrina altogether. That's how I knew I'd truly moved on. Not because I'd replaced her, or gotten revenge, or blocked her on every app, but because she simply didn't cross my mind anymore. Life had become quiet in the best possible way. I'd left my old firm and started my own small design consultancy. It was risky at first, but word of mouth grew fast, and within months, I was working with 3 major clients, all through referrals. It felt like a clean slate in every sense. I bought a small townhouse, started running on weekends, and joined a few charity projects around town. I was even mentoring younger designers, something I'd never thought I'd have the patience for. When people say success is the best revenge, they're half right. Success didn't feel like revenge, it felt like peace earned the hard way. Then, in the spring, Karma decided to circle back for a curtain call. My company was sponsoring a local professional networking gala, open bar, live music, industry people everywhere. I wasn't even planning to go, but one of my team members convinced me. Jamie, come on, boss, you're the reason we're even invited. You can't skip it. Ethan, fine. But if it's all small talk and fake smiles, I'm leaving early. I went. It was one of those big hotel ballroom events. Polished, predictable, buzzing with self-importance. I was halfway through a conversation about branding strategy when I heard my name. Ethan. I turned. And there she was. Sabrina. She looked different. Not in a bad way, just real. No layers of glamour. No carefully curated confidence. Her hair was darker, shorter. The spark she used to fake so easily wasn't there anymore. Ethan. Sabrina. Sabrina. Wow, I didn't think I'd see you here. Ethan. Same. For a second, Neither of us knew what to say. Then she smiled, nervous but trying to hold composure. Sabrina, you look good. Successful. Everyone here seems to know you. Ethan, I've been keeping busy. Sabrina, yeah, I've heard. You started your own firm, right? That's amazing. Her voice cracked slightly on amazing. Ethan, thanks. Things are going well. Sabrina, that's really good to hear. The silence between us was heavier than before. Not angry, just final. Sabrina, I'm actually doing contract work now. It's been rough since. Well, you probably heard. Ethan, I heard some things. Sabrina, yeah, Caleb really messed me up. He cheated, too. Multiple times. Took money from me, lied about everything. It's like I got punished for being stupid. I didn't say anything. There was no satisfaction in it, just inevitability. Sabrina, I've been trying to get my career back on track. But no one takes me seriously anymore. The people I thought were my friends, they just disappeared. She looked at me then, eyes glassy. Sabrina, you must think I deserve all of it. Ethan, I don't think about it at all. That hit harder than anything else I could have said. She blinked, visibly thrown off balance. Sabrina, I've tried to move on too. But nothing feels right. Every relationship since you has been chaos. It's like I'm paying for what I did to you. Ethan, that's not my business anymore, Sabrina. You made choices, and you're living with them, same as I did. We all end up where our habits take us. Sabrina, you sound so calm. Like none of it ever mattered. Ethan, it mattered. Once. But pain stops being relevant when you grow past it. She swallowed hard, looking down. Around us, people were laughing, networking, moving on with their night. The contrast was brutal. She looked frozen in time while the world spun forward. Sabrina, can I just say one thing? Ethan, go ahead. Sabrina, you were the only person who ever wanted to build something real with me. And I destroyed it because I thought I could do better. I was wrong. I let out a quiet breath. Not anger. Not pity. Just closure. Ethan, you didn't just lose me, Sabrina. You lost the version of yourself that someone could have built a life with. Her eyes filled instantly. Sabrina, I know. I gave her a small, polite nod. Ethan, take care of yourself. And I turned to rejoin my team. I didn't look back. That night, I stayed longer than planned. Not to prove anything, just because I was having a genuinely good time. I met new people, talked about future collaborations, even got invited to a panel for next year's event. As I was leaving, Jamie grinned at me. Jamie, man, you were killing it out there. Everyone's talking about your firm. Ethan, that's the goal. Jamie, who was that woman you talked to earlier? She looked like she'd seen a ghost. Ethan, just someone from the past. When I got home that night, I checked my phone out of habit. One new message. Seeing you tonight reminded me who I could have been if I hadn't ruined everything. I hope you keep being happy, even if I'm not part of it. I didn't reply. I archived the message and went to bed. And for the first time in years, I slept without a single thought of her. Because the truth is, peace doesn't need an audience. It just needs distance. Thanks for watching. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. What do you think about this story? Share it in the comments.
I am Rosie, 25 years old, and the eternal disappointment in my family. While my perfect sister Amanda shines in every room, I was always the shadow, or so my parents thought. When the wedding invitation arrived, my father made it clear: attend or lose my tuition funding. What he never realized was that beneath my quiet exterior, I had been building a life they knew nothing about. Just before the ceremony, I handed him an envelope that would change everything. Let me know where you are watching from, hit subscribe, and stay tuned to see his face when he opened my graduation surprise. Growing up in suburban Boston as the second daughter in our upper-middle-class family established the foundation for my complicated relationship with my parents. Our neighborhood was lined with colonial houses, perfectly manicured lawns, and families who seemed to have everything figured out. At least that was the appearance my father, James Wilson, worked tirelessly to maintain. Dad built his marketing firm from the ground up, expanding it into one of the most successful boutique agencies in Massachusetts. His entire identity revolved around success, achievement, and most importantly, appearances. From the car he drove to the clothes we wore, everything was calculated to project the image of the perfect family. And in his narrative, Amanda was the star. My mother Diana came from old money but married for love against her parents' wishes. She quickly adapted to her role as the supportive wife, planning dinner parties and charity events with meticulous attention to detail. Any personal ambitions she might have once had were subsumed by her desire to please my father. In family conflicts, she remained passive, allowing Dad to dictate the family dynamics while she smiled and nodded in agreement. Then there was Amanda, my sister, 3 years my senior, and the absolute center of my parents' universe. She was pretty in the conventional way that opened doors in our social circle, with long blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and a practiced laugh that made everyone feel special. While her academic performance was decidedly average, my parents spoke about her B- grades as if they were exceptional achievements. The contrast in how we were treated became apparent early. When I was 7 and Amanda 10, she participated in the annual dance recital at her expensive private lessons. Her performance was, to be honest, mediocre at best, with missteps and awkward transitions. Yet my parents invited the entire extended family to attend, followed by a celebration dinner where they toasted her extraordinary talent. That same month, I won the regional mathematics competition for my age group, beating students 2 grades ahead of me. My certificate arrived in the mail, and when I proudly showed it to my parents, my father glanced at it briefly and said, "Good job, Rosie. Now please set the table for dinner." The certificate ended up in my desk drawer, never displayed alongside the numerous photos of Amanda that adorned our walls. Family vacations further highlighted the disparity. Each summer, our destinations were selected based on Amanda's interests. When she went through her horse phase, we spent 2 weeks at a dude ranch in Montana. When she developed an interest in fashion, Paris became our destination. My suggestion of visiting the Kennedy Space Center during my astronomy obsession was dismissed as too educational for a proper vacation. Perhaps the most painful memory was my 16th birthday. I had been dropping hints for weeks about a small celebration, nothing elaborate, just dinner with my parents and maybe a few friends. The day arrived, and as I came downstairs, expecting at least acknowledgement, I found the house empty except for a hastily scribbled note: "Gone to visit Northeastern with Amanda. Leftover pasta in fridge. Back tonight." The campus visit had been scheduled last minute because it fit better with Amanda's cheerleading schedule. I spent that birthday alone, and it became a turning point. Rather than continuing to seek approval I would never receive, I retreated into academics and self-reliance. If my achievements would go unnoticed regardless, I decided to pursue them solely for myself. My bedroom became my sanctuary, filled with books and later computer equipment that I saved for from my part-time job shelving books at the local library. During my junior year of high school, I was fortunate enough to connect with Mrs. Patterson, my advanced physics teacher. She noticed my aptitude for the subject and offered to mentor me after school. For the first time, I had someone who saw my potential and encouraged me without comparison to anyone else. Under her guidance, I developed a passion for technological innovation that would later shape my career path. While my parents attended every football game where Amanda cheerleaded, they missed my science fair competitions and academic awards ceremonies. High school became a strange dual existence where I excelled academically while becoming nearly invisible at home. I graduated with honors, ranked 3rd in my class, though my parents seemed more impressed that Amanda had been voted homecoming queen during her senior year. The pattern continued even during significant life moments. I still remember the family dinner where I announced my acceptance to MIT with a substantial merit scholarship. I had prepared for this moment, imagining that finally this achievement would earn their recognition. I waited for a lull in conversation and shared my news, my voice slightly trembling with anticipation. My father nodded and said, "That's nice, Rosie," before immediately turning to Amanda to ask about her new boyfriend, who apparently worked at a car dealership and had impressive sales numbers. My mother at least offered a quick congratulations before joining the conversation about Amanda's relationship prospects. Neither of them asked about my planned major or the scholarship details. That night, I made a decision that would alter the course of my life. If my accomplishments would never be enough to earn their attention, then perhaps it was time to stop seeking it altogether. I would build my life on my own terms, and one day they would have to acknowledge the woman I had become without their support or guidance. Despite my substantial scholarship, MIT still required significant tuition payments. My parents agreed to cover these costs, though not without constant reminders of the financial burden. My father maintained a detailed spreadsheet of every dollar spent on my education, which he referenced during holiday breaks and family phone calls. Meanwhile, they happily funded Amanda's post-college apartment in downtown Boston when she decided to take a break from figuring out her career path. My freshman year proved challenging beyond academics. While I excelled in my computer science and engineering courses, I struggled with the limited emotional support from home. Weekly calls with my parents inevitably turned into updates about Amanda, who had started dating a series of increasingly unsuitable men, each crisis apparently more important than my academic achievements. During these difficult times, I found solace in the university library, often staying until closing time to avoid my empty dorm room. It was during one of these late-night study sessions that I met Professor Lawrence, who would become my academic mentor and the first person to truly see my potential. Professor Lawrence caught me solving an advanced algorithm problem that he had left on the board after his graduate seminar. Impressed by my approach, he invited me to join his research team, despite my freshman status. For the first time, someone was offering me an opportunity based solely on my abilities with no comparison to a sibling or expectation of failure. My sophomore year marked a significant turning point. Under Professor Lawrence's guidance, I contributed to a breakthrough research project on predictive analytics for sustainable energy systems. Our paper was published in a prestigious journal with my name listed as the second author, an extraordinary accomplishment for an undergraduate. When I called home to share the news, my mother listened politely for 30 seconds before interrupting to share how Amanda had been promoted to assistant manager at the retail store where she worked part-time. By junior year, my research had caught the attention of several technology firms. I secured a competitive summer internship at Tech Future, one of the most prestigious companies in the innovation sector. The internship came with a generous stipend that allowed me to start building my savings, lessening my dependence on my parents' financial support. The summer internship exceeded all expectations. My project on algorithmic efficiency in renewable energy systems impressed the senior leadership team so much that they took an unprecedented step. 2 weeks before I was scheduled to return to MIT for my senior year, the VP of Innovation called me into her office. I feared I had made some critical error, but instead she offered me a full-time position upon graduation with a starting salary in the 6 figures plus stock options and benefits. I was stunned silent for several moments. The offer letter she slid across the desk represented everything I had worked toward: validation of my capabilities and a path to true independence. I accepted on the spot, knowing this opportunity would change my life. That evening, I called home eager to finally share news that even my parents couldn't dismiss. As the phone rang, I rehearsed how I would announce my job offer, imagining their surprised reactions. When my mother answered, I could hear my father in the background loudly praising Amanda for her recent promotion to full manager at the clothing store, with her very own set of keys and 2 employees to supervise. An impulse took hold of me in that moment. Instead of sharing my news, I listened to my mother gush about Amanda's small victory, as if she had been appointed CEO of a Fortune 500 company. When she finally asked about my summer, I simply said it was fine, and that I was looking forward to my final year. Something inside me wanted to save my success to nurture it privately until the perfect moment for revelation. This decision evolved into a strategic plan. I arranged my senior year course load to graduate a semester early, taking extra credits and even summer courses while maintaining my high GPA. I told my parents I was struggling with some classes to explain my limited communication, creating the impression that I might even need an extra semester rather than finishing early. The culmination of my academic journey arrived with an email I read 3 times to believe I had been selected as valedictorian of my graduating class. Sitting alone in my apartment, I cried tears of joy and pride, wishing for a moment that I could share this achievement with parents who would understand its significance. Instead, I channeled my emotions into writing a valedictory speech that reflected on perseverance and self-belief. While my parents thought I was preparing for finals, I was actually hunting for an apartment close to my new job. I found a perfect one-bedroom unit in a secure building, signing the lease with my internship savings. For the first time, I would have a space that was entirely my own, decorated to my taste without consideration for anyone else's approval. January arrived, and with it my first day at Tech Future. While my parents believed I was beginning my final semester at MIT, I was actually starting my professional career. My colleagues respected my insights, my managers valued my contributions, and for the first time I existed in an environment where my worth was recognized without qualification or comparison. Each month, I transferred a portion of my substantial salary into a separate savings account dedicated to repaying my parents for their tuition investment. Though they had never explicitly demanded repayment, I wanted the freedom that would come from settling this financial obligation. By spring, the account contained enough to cover every dollar they had contributed to my education, plus interest calculated at a generous rate. As I built my independent life, I maintained the fiction of still being a struggling student during increasingly infrequent calls home. It wasn't about deception for its own sake, but rather about choosing the right moment for revelation when I would be ready to handle whatever reaction might follow. That moment would come sooner than I expected, catalyzed by my sister's engagement and the family drama that ensued. The news of Amanda's engagement arrived via an excited phone call from my mother in early April. Amanda had been dating Bradley Thornton for just 3 months, but apparently that was sufficient time to determine he was the one. Bradley came from one of those East Coast families with old money and important connections, the kind my father had always aspired to join through business or marriage. I was in a team meeting when my phone lit up with my mother's call, which I let go to voicemail. When I listened to her breathless message later, she spent 5 minutes detailing Bradley's family background and the size of the diamond before mentioning that the engagement party was scheduled for the following weekend. Notably absent was an actual invitation for me to attend. When I called back that evening to clarify, my mother seemed surprised by my question. "Oh, I assumed you'd be too busy with school to attend on such short notice," she said, though the arrangements had clearly been in progress for weeks. "It's a very exclusive venue with limited capacity," she added, as if that explained everything. Social media filled in the gaps my family omitted. Amanda's accounts overflowed with photos from the extravagant engagement party at the Boston Harbor Hotel. My extended family was present, including cousins who had flown in from California and an elderly aunt who rarely left her nursing home. Yet somehow there had been no room for me on the guest list. The exclusion stung, but didn't surprise me. It established the pattern for what followed. A wedding planning process that proceeded as if I barely existed, despite being the bride's only sister. My parents' financial commitment to the wedding was immediate and extreme. During one rare Sunday call, my father complained about rising tuition costs in the same breath that he mentioned putting a deposit on a wedding venue that cost more than most people's annual salary. When I gently pointed out the contradiction, he dismissed me with, "This is different, Rosie. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event for your sister." The weekly wedding planning calls became a family ritual that never included me. I'd learn about decisions after they were made, usually through my mother's casual mentions or Amanda's social media posts. The color scheme, the venue, the band, the menu, all selected without any input from the person who had known the bride her entire life. One weekend, when I visited my childhood home to collect some books I needed, I overheard my mother on the phone with her friend Eleanor. "At least one daughter is making us proud," she said, unaware that I stood frozen in the hallway. "Amanda is doing everything right, marrying well, establishing social connections. Not everyone can be so fortunate with their children." I slipped back out the front door without announcing my presence, the books forgotten, as I drove back to my apartment with tears blurring my vision. The casual cruelty of her words confirmed what I had always suspected, but hoped wasn't true in their eyes. No achievement of mine could equal Amanda's conformity to their social expectations. The bridal party selection brought the next wave of hurt. Amanda chose 6 friends from her social circle as bridesmaids with her college roommate as maid of honor. My name was conspicuously absent from the announcement post that tagged everyone involved. Only after our grandmother's direct intervention did Amanda reluctantly extend an invitation for me to join the bridal party, presented as if she were doing me a tremendous favor. The bridesmaid dress fitting was an exercise in humiliation. While Amanda's friends were slim and conventional in their beauty, I had always been more athletic in build with curves that didn't fit the sample sizes. The bridal boutique attendant made several comments about having to order special sizing for me, while Amanda watched with poorly concealed embarrassment. The financial disparities became increasingly apparent. During one family dinner that I managed to attend, my father mentioned using the remainder of my college fund to cover unexpected wedding expenses. These were funds he had held over my head for years, threatening to withhold them if my grades slipped or if I chose a major he considered impractical. Now they were being reallocated without consultation, while he continued to remind me how fortunate I was that they supported my education. Bachelorette party plans emerged a weekend in Miami that coincided exactly with major project deadlines at my job. When I explained I couldn't attend Amanda's maid of honor, Lindsay sent a group text implying my absence was a relief, since I probably wouldn't fit in anyway. The message was clearly meant for someone else, but the accidental inclusion revealed their true feelings. As wedding expenses expanded, my parents' complaints about my tuition payments became more frequent and pointed. My father sent monthly emails detailing the sacrifices they were making to support me, while my social media feeds filled with images of cake tastings, floral arrangements, and venue tours for Amanda's wedding, each costing thousands of dollars. The contradictions were glaring, but I remained silent, focusing on my career advancement and the growing savings account that would soon free me from financial obligation to my family. With each deposit, I was buying not just repayment of debt, but the right to determine my own relationship with people who had consistently undervalued me. As summer turned to fall and the November wedding date approached, I began preparing for the inevitable confrontation. The formal invitation arrived cream-colored cardstock with gold embossing, and a handwritten note from Amanda family obligation trumps everything. Dad says no excuses. The message wasn't an invitation so much as a summons, and it would set in motion the final act of my private rebellion. When the formal invitation arrived with Amanda's handwritten note, I initially decided to decline. The wedding fell on a weekend when my team at TechFuture had planned to launch a major project, providing a legitimate work commitment as my excuse. I drafted a polite response expressing regrets and arranged to send a generous gift to maintain appearances. Before I could mail my response, my father called. His voice held the controlled anger I recognized from childhood disappointments. "Rosie," he began without preamble, "Amanda tells me you're planning to skip her wedding for some work thing." I was taken aback by how quickly my private communication with Amanda had been shared and distorted. I tried to explain the importance of the project launch and offered to attend the ceremony but leave before the reception. His interruption was immediate and harsh. "Listen to me very carefully. This is not optional. Your sister is marrying into a family with important connections, and we will present a united front. Your absence would raise questions I refuse to answer." When I remained hesitant, his tone shifted to the one he used for closing business deals. "Let me make this perfectly clear. The final payment for your spring semester tuition is due in December. If you choose not to attend this wedding, I will consider our financial obligation to your education complete." The explicit threat hung in the air between us. In that moment, I realized that he had never seen my education as an investment in my future, but rather as leverage to ensure my compliance. What he didn't know was that his threat was empty, his leverage already gone. After ending the call with a non-committal response, I sat in my apartment, considering my options. This moment of conflict presented an opportunity for resolution I hadn't anticipated coming so soon. My secret graduation, my financial independence, my professional success, all of it could now serve a purpose beyond personal satisfaction. It could liberate me from the role of family disappointment once and for all. The next day, I scheduled an emergency session with Dr. Miller, the therapist I had been seeing since my second year at MIT. We had worked through much of my family trauma together, but this situation required specific guidance on healthy confrontation. Dr. Miller listened carefully to my predicament and asked, "What outcome do you truly want from this situation, Rosie? Not what you think you should want, but what would bring you peace." I considered her question carefully. "I don't want revenge," I finally said. "I want recognition. Not praise or celebrations, just acknowledgement that I've built a life they never believed I could. And I want boundaries that they will finally respect." Together, we developed a plan for a controlled revelation that would achieve these goals without descending into unnecessary drama. The approach would be factual, calm, and clear, removing any opportunity for my achievements to be minimized or dismissed. Over the next week, I gathered documentation of my life they knew nothing about. My diploma with the valedictorian designation, professional photos from the graduation ceremony they had not attended, my job offer letter with salary details, bank statements showing my substantial savings including the account dedicated to tuition repayment, a copy of my lease for the apartment they had never visited. The most difficult element was the letter I wrote to accompany these documents. I revised it multiple times, working to strike the right balance between honesty about the hurt they had caused and grace in how I wished to move forward. The final version expressed my feelings without accusation, established clear boundaries for our future relationship, and extended an olive branch should they wish to know the woman I had become. With all these elements, I created a presentation folder, similar to what I would prepare for an important client meeting. Professional, organized, and impossible to dismiss as the work of the family failure they believed me to be. My roommate from college, Taylor, who had remained my closest friend, helped me rehearse potential scenarios for the confrontation. She played my father, responding with all the dismissive tactics I had grown accustomed to while I practiced maintaining my composure and confidence. After several attempts, I could deliver my truth without my voice shaking or tears threatening. Rather than staying with family for the wedding weekend, I booked a room at the luxury hotel where the reception would be held. The independence of separate accommodations would give me space to process whatever happened and prevent any attempts to control my movements or access. In the days leading up to the wedding, I mentally prepared for various outcomes. Perhaps they would be proud and apologetic, though I considered this least likely based on history. They might be angry at being deceived, focusing on my dishonesty rather than their failure to know me. They could dismiss my achievements as less impressive than they were continuing the pattern of minimization. Or most painfully, they might acknowledge everything and still not care, confirming that no success would ever be enough to change their perception. I packed carefully for the weekend, selecting outfits that projected the professional success I had achieved. Not to flaunt wealth, but to visually reinforce what the documents would reveal. I was no longer the overlooked daughter seeking approval, but a successful woman who had outgrown the need for their validation. As my flight landed in Boston the Friday before the wedding, I felt a strange calm replace the anxiety that had built over weeks of preparation. Whatever happened in the next 48 hours, I would board my return flight as someone who had spoken her truth. The outcome was beyond my control, but the decision to stand in my authenticity was entirely mine. The Lakeview Country Club lived up to its reputation as the most exclusive venue in the region. As my taxi wound up the long driveway past manicured gardens and fountains, I caught glimpses of the crystal blue lake that gave the property its name. November in Massachusetts meant bare trees and early sunset, but the venue had compensated with thousands of twinkling lights wrapped around every trunk and branch, creating the illusion of perpetual starlight. The rehearsal dinner was scheduled for 7, giving me just enough time to check into my hotel room and change from travel clothes into the midnight blue cocktail dress I had selected for the evening. The reflection in the full-length mirror showed a woman my parents might not recognize, confident and polished in a way that came from genuine self-assurance rather than the desperate need for approval that had defined my younger self. The private dining room was already half full. When I arrived, groups of people clustered in conversation circles that seemed to have formed long before this evening. My father stood near the bar, checking his watch repeatedly as he surveyed the room with the critical eye of someone mentally calculating the cost per minute of the event. He noticed me immediately, but made no move to approach, merely nodding in acknowledgement before turning back to his conversation with Bradley's father. The message was clear my presence was required, but not particularly welcomed. My mother was easier to spot fluttering between groups with practiced social grace, her champagne glass never quite empty. When she saw me, she offered a distracted air kiss near my cheek. "Rosie, you made it," she said, her tone suggesting mild surprise despite my confirmed attendance. "That color is interesting on you." Amanda is over by the fireplace with her friends. She had been hoping to get some photos before everyone arrived, but she managed without you. Before I could respond, she was called away by the wedding planner, leaving me alone at the entrance. I scanned the room and found Amanda holding court in a circle of identically dressed friends, all blonde hair and white teeth gleaming in the firelight. She caught my eye and excused herself, moving toward me with the practiced smile she reserved for obligation rather than pleasure. "You're late," she said by way of greeting, though I had arrived exactly at the time specified on the invitation. "Traffic from the airport," I explained, though I knew it didn't matter. "It's good to see you, Amanda. Congratulations." She accepted this with a nod. Yes, well, everyone is thrilled about Bradley and me. His family has connections in literally every industry. Dad says this merger. She laughed as if catching herself. "I mean, marriage will open doors for everyone." "I'm happy for you if you're happy," I said simply. She looked momentarily confused by this response, as if she had expected either effusive praise or obvious jealousy. Finding neither, she quickly excused herself to return to her friends, leaving me to navigate the remainder of the evening alone. The seating arrangement for dinner placed me at what could only be described as the family reject table alongside elderly relatives with hearing aids and distant cousins. Nobody quite remembered how we were related to. Across the room, my parents sat at the head table with Amanda Bradley and his parents laughing and raising toasts throughout the meal. From my position, I could overhear snippets of conversation from nearby tables, including Amanda's college friends, discussing her extraordinary luck and perfect life. She always gets everything one said without a trace of irony. Some girls just have that magic touch. Between courses, I was approached by Bradley's brother Michael, who had apparently been briefed on who I was. "So you're the mysterious sister," he said, taking the empty seat beside me. "Amanda mentioned you were some kind of computer person." I smiled politely. "I'm in technological innovation, focusing on predictive analytics for sustainable energy systems." His eyes glazed slightly, but he made an effort. "Sounds complicated. Amanda's the people person in the family, I guess? And you're the, smart one." He phrased it as a question, as if being smart was a consolation prize for lacking other qualities. "We all have our strengths," I replied diplomatically. Our conversation was interrupted by my father tapping his glass for attention. His speech about Amanda was emotional and lengthy, recounting her achievements from childhood dance recitals through college graduation, emphasizing what a joy and source of pride she had always been. He never once mentioned having another daughter, and no one in the room seemed to find this strange. As the evening wound down, I noticed Bradley himself moving through the room, spending a few minutes with each guest. When he reached my table, his interest in my career seemed surprisingly genuine. "Amanda mentioned you work in tech, but she wasn't sure exactly what you do," he said after introductions. I gave him a brief overview of my role at Tech Future, and his expression brightened with recognition. "That's impressive. My uncle sits on their board, actually. He says their innovation division is doing groundbreaking work." For a moment, I was tempted to reveal my full truth to this soon-to-be brother-in-law, who seemed more interested in my life than my own family had ever been. Instead, I simply thanked him for his kind words and congratulated him again on his engagement. Back in my hotel room that night, I received a text from Taylor. "How was the rehearsal dinner from hell? Sending strength for tomorrow. Remember, you've already won by living well." Her words reinforced my resolve for what would come the next day. This wasn't about creating family drama at my sister's wedding, but about finally stepping fully into the truth of who I had become, whether my family chose to see it or not. Wedding day dawned clear and cold, the kind of crisp November morning that photographs beautifully. Rather than joining the bridal party for early preparations, I took my time getting ready in my hotel room, selecting a tailored charcoal suit that spoke of boardrooms and success rather than blending into the pastel palette Amanda had selected for her bridal party. When I arrived at the ceremony venue, I noticed my parents huddled with the wedding planner, their expressions tense as they reviewed what appeared to be payment details on a tablet. My father ran his hand through his hair repeatedly, a nervous gesture I recognized from childhood financial discussions. This was the moment I had prepared for. With the envelope secure in my hand, I took a deep breath and moved toward the man whose approval I had spent most of my life seeking and never receiving. It was time to set us both free from that fruitless pursuit. I found my father alone in a small anteroom off the main lobby, hunched over his phone with spreadsheets open. The wedding costs had clearly exceeded even his generous budget, judging by the deep crease between his eyebrows. He didn't look up when I entered, assuming I was the wedding planner with yet another surprise expense. "Dad," I said quietly. He startled slightly, then checked his watch with an exaggerated motion. "Rosie, the ceremony starts in 40 minutes. Shouldn't you be with the bridal party? Your mother had to tell the photographer to do the bridesmaids' photos without you." I remained calm, having anticipated this immediate criticism. "I needed to speak with you privately first." "Now isn't the time for whatever this is," he said dismissively. "Your sister is getting married today. Whatever issues you're having can wait." "Actually, this can't wait, and it's directly relevant to what you said when you called me about attending this wedding." His expression darkened as he stood to his full height, using the physical intimidation tactic that had worked when I was a child, but now seemed almost comical given the power I held in the moment. "If you're planning to cause a scene today of all days, let me remind you that there are financial consequences for such selfishness." "That's exactly what I want to discuss," I said, extending the envelope toward him. "Before you make any more threats about my tuition, there's something you need to see." He stared at the envelope with suspicion but took it lightly, assuming it contained some kind of excuse or request for additional funds. When he opened it and removed the contents, his initial expression was confusion, followed by the beginning of dismissal. This bureaucratic paperwork could wait for a more appropriate time. "Please just take a moment to actually look at what those documents show," I said firmly. With an impatient sigh, he adjusted his reading glasses and began reviewing the first page, which was my graduation diploma, with the valedictorian designation clearly visible. His fingers tightened on the paper, wrinkling the edge slightly as his eyes moved over the date several months earlier than what he had been led to believe. Without speaking, he moved to the next document, professional photos from the graduation ceremony showing me in cap and gown receiving my diploma and delivering the valedictory address. His mouth opened slightly, but no words emerged as he continued to the job offer letter from TechFuture with my 6-figure starting salary and comprehensive benefits package clearly outlined. The bank statements came next, showing consistent deposits from my employment, and the separate account containing the full amount of his tuition contributions, plus interest. His face cycled through emotions, disbelief, confusion, the beginning of anger, and then something unexpected, a flicker of what might have been respect. "I don't understand," he finally said, his voice uncharacteristically uncertain. "You've been out of school for months, working at this company, and you never said anything." "I wanted to be absolutely certain I could stand on my own before having this conversation," I replied. "The tuition money you've held over my head for years is no longer leverage. I've repaid every cent you invested in my education. My career is established. My finances are secure." His eyes returned to the documents, as if searching for some flaw or deception that would restore his sense of control. "Why keep this a secret? Were you planning this ambush all along?" "It wasn't an ambush, Dad. It was self-preservation. Every achievement I've ever shared has been minimized or ignored in favor of Amanda's smallest accomplishments. I needed to build my life without that constant devaluation." His face flushed. "That's ridiculous. We've always supported both our daughters." "Have you?" I kept my voice steady. "When was the last time you attended any event related to my education or career? When have you ever spoken about me with the pride that saturates every mention of Amanda? I don't blame you for loving her. I just needed to stop waiting for the same consideration." Before he could respond, the door opened, and my mother entered elegant in her mother of the bride outfit, her concern immediately focused on my father. "James, the photographer, needs you for family photos." She noticed the documents in his hands and frowned. "What are those?" "Ask your daughter," he said, handing her the papers. "Apparently we've been deceived for months." My mother scanned the documents with increasing bewilderment, her social mask slipping to reveal genuine shock. Her hand moved to her throat in a gesture of distress. "I don't understand. You're not still in school. You've been working. Why would you lie to us?" "I never actually lied," I pointed out. "I just stopped offering information that would be ignored or diminished. You both stopped asking about my life years ago beyond confirming tuition payments." "That's not fair, Rosie," my father interjected. "We've paid for your education, supported you." "And I've repaid that investment in full," I said, pointing to the bank statements. "The financial transaction between us is complete. Now we can decide what kind of relationship we want moving forward based on mutual respect rather than obligation." My mother was still processing the graduation photos. "You were valedictorian. Why didn't you tell us about the ceremony?" "Would you have attended?" I asked, simply. "Would it have taken precedence over one of Amanda's events?" Her silence was answer enough. The door opened again, and Amanda appeared in her wedding gown, radiant, but clearly irritated. "Mom, Dad, everyone is waiting for," she stopped abruptly, taking in the tense scene. "What's happening?" "Your sister has been keeping secrets," my father said, his voice tight with controlled emotion. "She's graduated months ago, apparently with honors, and has been working at some tech company, making," he checked the letter again, "a substantial salary." Amanda looked at me with new eyes, confusion mixed with something that might have been jealousy. "You graduated early." As valedictorian, she took the photo from our mother, studying it with a frown. "Why didn't you tell anyone?" "For the same reason none of you noticed, I wasn't actually attending classes for the past 6 months," I said quietly. "Because my life has never been a priority in this family." An uncomfortable silence fell over the room as this truth hung in the air between us. The wedding coordinator appeared at the doorway, her cheerful efficiency faltering as she sensed the tension. Sorry to interrupt, but we really need to keep on schedule. The guests are all seated, and the string quartet has played the prelude twice now." My father straightened his posture, the business executive taking control of an unexpected situation. "We're coming right now," he said firmly, then turned to me. "This discussion isn't over, but today is your sister's wedding. We will maintain appearances and address this tomorrow." I stood my ground. I have no intention of disrupting Amanda's wedding. I came here for 2 reasons: to support my sister on her important day despite our complicated relationship, and to finally clarify my position in this family. Now that I've done both, I'll attend the ceremony as planned. But I won't be staying for the reception. "You can't just leave," my mother protested. "Actually, I can. I have an early flight tomorrow morning and work on Monday," I explained, purposely emphasizing my professional commitments. "My gift for the couple is already with the other presents, and I've made a generous contribution to their honeymoon fund. My obligations are fulfilled." Amanda, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke. "You really have a big, important job and your own place and everything." The genuine surprise in her voice revealed how little my family had noticed about my life. "Yes, I do," I confirmed. "And I would be happy to tell you more about it sometime if you're interested. Today is your day, though, and these revelations have already taken up too much of it." For a moment, Amanda seemed to see me clearly, for perhaps the first time in our adult lives. She nodded slowly. "Okay, we should talk. Later." The wedding coordinator clapped her hands anxiously. "Everyone is waiting, please." As we moved to take our places for the ceremony, my father caught my arm. "The financial aspect may be settled, Rosie, but families are more than balance sheets." I met his gaze steadily. "Exactly. Which is why I hope you'll take time to think about what kind of relationship you want with your other daughter. The one whose life achievements you've missed while focusing on appearances. I'm open to building something new, if you're willing to see me for who I actually am." He released my arm without responding. but I noticed his expression had shifted from anger to something more contemplative. Whatever happened next would be different from everything that came before, and in that change lay the possibility of healing I had never dared to hope for. The ceremony proceeded with picture-perfect precision, just as my parents had planned. I took my place among the bridesmaids, smiled for photos, and watched as Amanda and Bradley exchanged vows beneath an arch of white roses and crystal teardrops. The guests dabbed at emotional tears, the photographer captured every orchestrated moment, and no one outside our immediate family would have guessed at the revelation that had occurred just before. As Amanda prepared to walk down the aisle, there was an unexpected moment between us. She paused beside me while waiting for her musical cue and whispered, "Did you really graduate top of your class?" I nodded. "That's amazing, Rosie," she said, with what sounded like genuine admiration. "I could never have done that." Before I could respond, the wedding march began, and she moved forward to meet her future radiant in her certainty of being the center of attention. But something had shifted between us, a small acknowledgement that perhaps the family narrative had been incomplete all along. True to my word, I slipped away, after the ceremony, declining my assigned seat at the reception and the inevitable questions that would have followed. As I walked to my waiting Uber, I felt lighter than I had in years, unburdened by secrets and the need for approval that had shaped so much of my existence. The week following the wedding passed in silence from my family. I returned to work focused on my projects and tried not to constantly check my phone for messages that didn't come. It was Taylor who reminded me that true change takes time and that I hadn't confronted my family for an immediate resolution, but for my own liberation. She was right, of course. The freedom I felt came not from their response, but from finally standing in my truth without apology or diminishment. I had spent so many years contorting myself to fit into the narrow role they had assigned me that standing tall in my authentic self was victory enough. The first contact came unexpectedly, a text message from Amanda 3 weeks after her wedding, back from honeymoon, still processing what happened before ceremony, not mad, just confused. "Can we talk sometime?" It was more thoughtful than I had expected from a sister who had barely acknowledged my existence outside of family obligations. I suggested a video call the following weekend, giving us both time to prepare for a conversation that was decades overdue. When Amanda's face appeared on my screen, she looked different, somehow less polished, and more genuine than the perfectly curated image she usually presented. Our conversation began awkwardly but gradually evolved into the most honest exchange we'd ever had. "I always thought you had it easier," she confessed after we had covered the basic updates about her honeymoon and my work. "Mom and Dad didn't have all these expectations for you like they did for me. I had to be perfect all the time, look perfect, say the right things, date the right people." "They had different expectations for me," I acknowledged. "Not lower ones, just different. Academic perfection rather than social, but with less recognition when I achieved it." For the first time, we discussed our childhood from both perspectives, seeing how our parents had created an artificial competition neither of us had signed up for. By the end of our 2-hour conversation, we had agreed to meet in person the next time I visited Boston, independent of our parents' orchestration. The first awkward family dinner came 3 months after the wedding. My father had called his voice stiff with formality to invite me to their home when I was next in town for business. The meal was a masterclass in carefully navigated tension with my mother, overcompensating with excessive food and chatter about neutral topics, while my father watched me with an assessing gaze I'd never experienced before. Only as coffee was served did he finally address what had happened at the wedding. "You could have told us about your graduation," he said, as if this were the central issue. "We would have attended." "Would you?" I asked simply. "When I told you about my MIT acceptance, you changed the subject to Amanda's boyfriend. When I made the dean's list repeatedly, it barely warranted acknowledgement." "We were proud of you, my mother," interjected, rewriting history, as she often did, to avoid confronting uncomfortable truths. "You might have felt pride," I conceded, "but you never expressed it in any way I could recognize, and eventually I stopped needing you to." A heavy silence fell over the table until my father cleared his throat. "The company you're working for, Tech Future. They've been in the financial news recently, doing quite well from what I've read." It was the closest thing to acknowledgement of my success I had ever received from him. I recognized it as a peace offering of sorts approached through the business language he understood, rather than the emotional territory he avoided. "Yes, our last quarter exceeded projections," I replied, accepting the olive branch for what it was. "I'm leading a team developing new energy efficiency algorithms." "Leading a team already?" There was a note of genuine surprise and perhaps respect in his voice. "That's impressive, Rosie." Those 3 words, spoken without qualification or comparison, meant more than he could possibly have known. They didn't erase the years of feeling invisible, but they opened a door to something new if we chose to walk through it. Over the following months, I established a new relationship with my sister separate from our parents' influence. Amanda was going through her own reckoning, discovering that the perfect wedding didn't automatically create a perfect marriage and that social connections didn't substitute for purpose. Our conversations became deeper, less competitive, as we both recognized how we'd been shaped by family dynamics neither of us had created. My relationship with my parents evolved more slowly. Old patterns didn't disappear overnight, but boundaries helped tremendously. I declined invitations that felt like obligations rather than genuine desire for my company. I shared my accomplishments matter-of-factly, neither seeking approval nor hiding my success. I corrected my mother gently but firmly when she attempted to revise our family history in conversation. My work with Dr. Miller continued processing the childhood emotional neglect that had shaped so many of my decisions and relationships. Healing wasn't linear, with some days bringing unexpected grief for the parental recognition I'd never received, others bringing newfound appreciation for the resilience I'd developed as a result. The chosen family I built became increasingly important friends like Taylor, who saw and appreciated me without condition or comparison. My professional growth continued with a promotion 18 months after the wedding confrontation that expanded my responsibilities and influence within the company. Looking back now, I realize that the envelope I handed my father that day contained more than just documents proving my independence. It held my liberation from the narrative that had constrained me since childhood, the story of the lesser daughter, the afterthought, the one who would never quite measure up. The true wisdom I gained from this journey wasn't about revenge or even vindication. It was the profound understanding that we each get to define success on our own terms. My parents' narrow definition, a prestigious marriage, social connections, conventional beauty, had never been mine. My version centered on intellectual challenge, meaningful work, authentic relationships, and the freedom to determine my own path. The envelope wasn't a weapon but a key unlocking me from expectations that had never fit who I truly was. The satisfaction wasn't in proving my parents wrong, but in discovering I no longer needed them to be right about me. Have you ever had to break free from someone else's definition of success to find your own? Comment below with your experience. If this story resonated with you, please like and subscribe to hear more journeys of finding authentic strength. Share with someone who might need a reminder that their worth isn't determined by others' recognition. Thank you for listening to my story, and remember that sometimes the most powerful thing we can do is simply stand in our truth, regardless of whether others choose to see it.
My fiancé said, "Your best man is too ugly for my wedding photos. Replace him." I said, "You're right, I'll handle it." Then I replaced her instead. When she showed up for the rehearsal dinner and saw who was sitting in her seat, original post I, 32 male, thought I was marrying the love of my life. Victoria, 29, and I had been together for 4 years, engaged for 8 months. Wedding planned for next month. Everything seemed perfect until last Thursday. My best friend Tommy, 33, has been my ride or die since middle school. Dude had a rough go. House fire when he was 16 left him with burn scars on the left side of his face and neck. Never stopped him from being the most genuine, loyal person I know. Started his own auto shop, married an amazing woman, has 2 great kids. When I asked him to be my best man, he actually teared up. Last Thursday, Victoria and I were finalizing wedding details. She pulled up the photographer's shot list, then dropped this bomb. So, about Tommy. What about him? He can't be in the main wedding party photos. The scarring will ruin the aesthetic. I literally thought she was joking. That's not funny, Vic. I'm serious. Maybe he can stand at the end where we can crop him out? Or we could use makeup to cover. Are you actually suggesting I hide my best friend because of how he looks? She rolled her eyes. Don't be dramatic. It's my wedding. I've been planning this since I was 12. Every photo needs to be perfect. He's just too ugly for the vision I have. The word ugly hit like a punch. This woman had eaten Sunday dinners at Tommy's house. His kids called her Aunt Vicky. He's my best man, period. Then find a different one. Maybe your cousin Brandon? He's tall, good jawline. You want me to replace my best friend with someone I see twice a year because he's prettier? It's called having standards, babe. The photos last forever. Do you really want to look back in 20 years and see that in every shot? I stood up, weirdly calm. You're right. I should handle this. She smiled, kissed my cheek. I knew you'd understand. We can tell Tommy he's needed for something else important, like managing the guest book. I nodded. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Update 1. I didn't sleep that night. Kept replaying every interaction between Victoria and Tommy. How she'd always been too busy to attend his kids' birthday parties. How she'd suggested we upgrade our friend group once we were married. Red flags I'd wrapped in rose-colored glasses. Friday morning, I drove to Tommy's shop. He was under a Corolla, music blasting. Tommy, we need to talk. He rolled out, saw my face. Shit, who died? My relationship. Told him everything, word for word. His face went through about 10 emotions. Hurt, anger, then weirdly, concern for me. Bro, I'll step down. I don't want to cause. Stop. Just a stop. You're my best man. You're my brother. If anyone's getting replaced, it's not you. What are you saying? I'm saying I need a new bride. He stared at me. You're dumping Victoria 3 weeks before the wedding? No, I'm recognizing that Victoria already dumped everything that matters to me. She just hasn't figured it out yet. Tommy tried to talk me out of it. Said wedding stress makes people crazy. Maybe she didn't mean it. But I knew better. This wasn't stress. This was who she really was when the mask slipped. I had a plan, though. See, the rehearsal dinner was in 5 days. Deposits all paid, vendors locked in, Victoria's whole family flying in from around the country. And since I'd been handling the finances, she was more about the vision. Everything was in my name. First call. My sister Rebecca, 30F. She's an event planner, knows everyone in the industry. Bex, hypothetically, how hard would it be to change some details for the rehearsal dinner? What kind of details? Like, the bride? Long pause. What did she do? Told her about Tommy. Rebecca went ballistic. She'd always been protective of Tommy since his accident. She was there that night, actually drove him to the hospital. That shallow witch. Okay, what do you need? I need the most beautiful, classy woman you know to be my date to the rehearsal. Someone who makes Victoria look like she shops at discount stores. I know just the person. Remember Natasha from my company party? Natasha. Former model turned PR executive. Looked like Zendaya's prettier sister. Also happened to be Tommy's cousin, though Victoria never knew that because she never bothered learning about Tommy's family. Perfect. Call her. Next, I called the venue. Explained there'd been a change in the primary guest. They were surprisingly cool about it. Turns out they dealt with Victoria's demanding attitude and were happy to accommodate any changes I wanted. Then came the fun part. I called Victoria's mom, Eleanor. Hi, Eleanor. Just confirming you're still flying in Tuesday for the rehearsal? Of course. I'm so excited. Victoria showed me the photos of her dress. Stunning. Great. Just wanted to make sure. See you at 7 p.m. sharp at the venue. Will Tommy be there? Victoria mentioned something about adjusting the wedding party. Oh, Tommy will definitely be there, front and center. Update 2. The next few days were surreal. Victoria was in full wedding mode, constantly showing me Pinterest boards and flower arrangements. I smiled, nodded, agreed with everything. You were right about the photos, I said Sunday night. They should be perfect. She beamed. I knew you'd come around. Did you talk to Tommy? I handled it. And Brandon agreed to step in. Everything sorted. Monday, I met with my lawyer. Cancelled all the wedding vendors in my name. Lost some deposits, but most were understanding given the circumstances. The photographer even refunded me in full after I explained why we were canceling. Turns out his brother has facial scarring from an IED in Afghanistan. He was disgusted. The venue for the actual wedding? Cancelled. The honeymoon flights and resort? Cancelled and partially refunded. The only thing I kept was the rehearsal dinner. That was going to be my farewell gift to Victoria, a very public lesson in consequences. Tuesday afternoon, Victoria left to get her nails done with her bridesmaids. I packed everything I owned and moved it to my brother's place. Left her stuff exactly where it was, but took everything that was mine. Even the good coffee maker, that was definitely mine. Tommy came by to help. You sure about this? Never been more sure of anything. This is going to be brutal. Yeah, for her. At 6:30 p.m. I put on my best suit, the one Victoria always said made me look like leading man material. Tommy picked me up, dressed sharp as always. We swung by to get Natasha, who looked absolutely stunning in a deep blue dress. You sure you're okay with this? I asked her. Are you kidding? Victoria once told me I was pretty for someone who used to model. This is karma, delivered first class. We arrived at the venue at 6:45. The staff greeted me warmly, and I noticed they'd followed my updated instructions perfectly. The place cards had been adjusted, the seating chart reorganized. Victoria's name was nowhere to be found, but there was a Natasha Williams card at the bride's seat. Guests started arriving. My family all knew what was happening. I'd called them Monday night. They were there for support, and honestly, probably for the show. Victoria's family was clueless, mingling and taking photos. At 7:10, I saw Victoria's car pull up through the window. She was laughing with her sister, touching up her lipstick in the mirror. She walked in wearing the white cocktail dress she'd bought specifically for tonight. Bridal, but not too bridal, she'd said. She saw me first, started walking over with a huge smile. Then she saw Tommy, standing right next to me at what would be the head table. Her smile wavered slightly. Then she saw Natasha, seated in her spot, wearing the corsage meant for the bride. The color drained from her face. What? What is she doing here? Oh, Natasha? She's my date. We're celebrating my freedom tonight. You're what? Where's my seat? You don't have one. This is a family and friends event. You're neither. Her mom approached, confused. Victoria, why are you standing there? Come sit. Wait, who's that in your chair? Mom, something's wrong. I stood up, tapped my glass. The room went quiet. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming to what was supposed to be our rehearsal dinner. There's been a change of plans. There will be no wedding. I've recently discovered that Victoria and I have fundamentally different values. She believes that physical appearance determines someone's worth. Specifically, she demanded I replace my best man, Tommy, here, because his burn scars would ruin her perfect wedding photos. Gasps around the room. Tommy's wife, Lauren, actually stood up like she was ready to throw hands. So, I continued, I've decided to replace someone from the wedding party after all. Just not Tommy. Victoria, you're dismissed from my life. Your things will be available for pickup tomorrow between 9 a.m. and noon. Bring a truck. Update 3. The explosion was immediate and spectacular. Victoria's face went from white to red to purple in about 3 seconds. You can't do this. Already did. Weddings canceled. Venue, vendors, honeymoon, all gone. We have contracts, deposits. All in my name, all canceled yesterday. Her sister Olivia jumped up. This is insane. You're humiliating her over a tiny misunderstanding. Calling my best friend too ugly for photos isn't a misunderstanding. It's showing me exactly who she is. Eleanor was in tears. Victoria, what is he talking about? You didn't actually say that about Tommy. Victoria spun around. Mom, it's not like that. I just wanted nice photos. Every bride deserves perfect photos. By excluding someone because of scars they got saving his little sister from a fire, Lauren finally spoke up. Oh yeah, Victoria didn't know that part of the story either. Never cared enough to ask. The room went silent. Even Victoria's dad, who'd been trying to stay neutral, looked disgusted. You told me Tommy was in a car accident, Eleanor said slowly. Same difference, Victoria snapped. The point is you're shallow, I interrupted, and cruel, and I'm grateful you showed me before we got married. Victoria turned back to me, tears starting, but not sad tears, angry tears. You think you can just embarrass me like this? I'll sue you. You'll have to pay for everything. Sue me for what? Breaking up with you? Good luck with that. This is defamation. I'll ruin you. Natasha finally spoke up, voice smooth as silk. Actually, defamation requires false statements. Everyone here heard exactly what you said about Tommy. That's just truth. Victoria noticed her properly for the first time. Who even are you? Some escort he hired? I'm Tommy's cousin. You know, the ugly best man? Guess shallow runs in your family's opinion of ours. That's when Victoria lost it completely. Started screaming about how I was a pathetic loser, how she'd settled for me, how she could do so much better. Her parents tried to calm her down, but she was in full meltdown mode. You think you're better than me? You're nobody. I made you better. I fixed your stupid style, made you presentable. Without me, you're just some mediocre guy with an ugly best friend. And there it is, I said calmly. The real Victoria. Thank you for proving my point. Security showed up then. Yeah, I'd warned the venue this might happen. As they escorted Victoria and her family out, she kept screaming threats. Her mom looked mortified. Her dad wouldn't even make eye contact with her. The rest of us had a great dinner. My family, Tommy's family, are real friends. Natasha was the perfect date. Charming, funny, and she kept making jokes about how she was available for any future revenge dinners I might need. Update 4. The next 3 days were absolutely unhinged. Victoria showed up Wednesday at 8 a.m. with a U-Haul and her entire family. I wasn't there. Stayed at my brother's specifically to avoid this. But my neighbor, Mrs. Rodriguez, 70 years old, takes no shit, filmed everything on her phone. Victoria tried to take everything. The TV, mine. The couch, mine. The kitchen appliances, mostly mine. When she couldn't get into the apartment, I'd already cleared it with the landlord to change the locks. She started screaming that I was stealing from her. Mrs. Rodriguez called the cops. When they arrived, Victoria claimed she lived there and I'd illegally evicted her. Except her name wasn't on the lease. She had no mail there. Her ID showed a different address. The cops told her she could only take what she could prove was hers, which was her clothes, her makeup, some decorative pillows, and the Peloton her dad bought her, all of which I'd already boxed up and left with the building manager. But the real circus started Thursday. Victoria went on social media with her version of events. According to her post, I'd been emotionally abusive for months. I was jealous of her success. She's a part-time influencer with 3K followers. I'd trapped her into a relationship, then humiliated her. I was obviously gay and using Tommy as a cover. Yeah, she went there. She was starting a GoFundMe for emotional trauma therapy. The post got maybe 30 likes, mostly from her echo chamber friends. Then Tommy's wife Lauren commented with screenshots. Screenshots of Victoria's texts from months ago. Tommy gives me the creeps. Does he have to come to everything? Can't we just do couples things without the burn victim? I'm not shallow, but he makes every photo look like a medical documentary. Victoria deleted the post within an hour. But the internet is forever, and Lauren had already shared it to the local wedding shaming group. It went mini viral. The wedding photographer who'd refunded me even commented, I've photographed hundreds of weddings. The ugliest thing I've ever seen is a bride who thinks scars determine someone's worth. Friday morning, I got a call from Victoria's dad, Richard. Nathan, I'm sorry. We didn't raise her to be like this. I appreciate that, Richard. I need you to know we're not paying for any lawyer if she tries to sue you. This is on her. Thank you. Also, Tommy saved his sister? Yeah, when he was 16, ran back into a burning house. His sister was 8. Long pause. Jesus Christ. And she called him, I'm so sorry. The grand finale came Saturday. Victoria showed up at my brother's house with her new boyfriend, some guy named Chase she'd apparently been talking to for months. Interesting timeline there. She wanted to show me she'd upgraded. Chase looked like a budget Chris Hemsworth if Chris Hemsworth skipped leg day and had the personality of white bread. He tried to act tough, chest puffed out. So you're the loser who fumbled Victoria? I'm the guy who dodged a bullet. Yeah. She told me what you did. Pretty pathetic, bro. What's pathetic is being the rebound guy for someone who just got publicly dumped for being shallow. Whatever, she's with a real man now. Tommy chose that moment to pull up. All 6'3" of him, built like a linebacker from years of manual labor. Chase took one look at him and suddenly remembered he had somewhere to be. Victoria was left standing there, her upgrade speeding away in his leased BMW. "This isn't over," she screamed. "You ruined my life." "No, Victoria. You ruined your own life when you decided my best friend's appearance was more important than his character. Or mine, or yours." Final update. It's been 3 months now. The dust has settled, and here's where everyone ended up. Victoria tried to sue me for breach of promise and emotional distress. Her lawyer dropped the case when he realized there was no legal grounds and she couldn't pay his retainer. She then tried to claim I'd stolen her grandmother's ring. I never gave her a family ring. Bought one from a regular jewelry store, which I returned for 80% value. That went nowhere too. She's still with Chase, I think? Though Lauren showed me his Tinder profile is active, so that's going well. Her Instagram is now private, after the wedding shaming groups had their fun. Last I heard, she was trying to become a life coach about surviving narcissistic abuse. The irony is thick enough to cut. Her family essentially distanced themselves. Eleanor sent me a Christmas card with an apology letter inside and a check for $500. Her way of tributing to what I lost on deposits. I sent it back with a note saying her apology was enough. Richard still texts me occasionally about football. They didn't invite Victoria to Thanksgiving, from what I heard. She spent it with Chase's family, who apparently asked her why she wasn't married yet since she was getting up there in age. She's 29. Tommy was my rock through all this. Honestly, if Victoria had succeeded in making me drop him, I'd have lost more than a best friend. I'd have lost my integrity. His daughter actually made me a card that said, "Thank you for choosing Daddy over the mean lady." I have it framed on my desk. Oh, and Natasha? We actually went on a few real dates. Didn't work romantically. Turns out we're better as friends. But she's dating one of my cousins now, and they're stupidly happy. She still jokes that she provides revenge +1 services for anyone who needs them. Me? I'm good. Better than good, actually. I learned that when someone shows you who they really are, believe them the first time. Victoria showed me she valued appearances over substance, image over loyalty, and her perfect day over real relationships. The thing that still gets me isn't even what she said about Tommy. It's that she assumed I'd go along with it. That she thought so little of my character that I'd dump my best friend for better wedding photos. That's not love. That's not even respect. That's just viewing someone as an accessory to your life, not a partner in it. I kept one photo from our relationship, the one from Tommy's daughter's birthday party last year. Victoria had said she was sick that day. In the photo, it's just me, Tommy, his family, and my family, all laughing at something his son said. Everyone who actually matters to me is in that picture. And looking at it now, I realize Victoria was never supposed to be in it anyway. She'd edited herself out of the important moments long before I made it official. Some of Victoria's flying monkeys still occasionally try to start shit, sliding into my DMs about how I ruined a good woman or how I'm probably gay anyway. I just block and move on. The people who matter know the truth. The people who don't matter. Tommy asked me last week if I regret doing it so publicly. If maybe I should have just called off the wedding privately, let her save face. I thought about it for maybe 2 seconds. Nah, she tried to make me feel guilty for defending you. She wanted to hide you like some shameful secret. The only shameful thing was her, and I just made sure everyone could see it. Love you too, bro. Don't make it weird. But yeah, I love that scarred, loyal, beautiful bastard. And any woman who can't see his worth doesn't deserve to be in either of our lives. The wedding would have cost about $30K all told. Losing a few grand in deposits was worth every penny to find out who Victoria really was. Consider it the best investment I ever made. I paid a small price to avoid a lifetime of shallow misery with someone who thought love came with aesthetic requirements. Word of advice: when someone tells you to remove a good person from your life because they don't fit the image, remove the person making the demand instead. Your real friends will still be there. The fake ones? Well, they'll show themselves out when they realize you value character over cameras. Oh, and Victoria's perfect wedding vision? Her sister Olivia got married last month. Guess who she didn't invite? Apparently, even family has limits when you publicly demonstrate that you're garbage wrapped in a pretty bow. Karma's not always instant, but damn if it isn't thorough. My girlfriend said, "You'll never find someone like me. I'm one of a kind." I replied, "You're right." Then I found her identical twin sister on a dating app who'd been estranged for years. Her family reunion became a nightmare when her sister explained why she left. Original post: I, 33 male, just experienced the most surreal month of my life. Still processing everything that went down, but I need to get this out somewhere. My girlfriend Jessica, 31, and I had been together for 2 years. Not gonna sugarcoat it, the relationship was rocky. She had this way of making everything about her. Every conversation, every decision, every plan revolved around what Jessica wanted. Classic narcissist behavior, but I was too deep in to see it clearly. 3 weeks ago, we had another fight. This time about me missing her friend's art show opening because I had to work late on a project deadline. She went nuclear. "You're pathetic, Brandon. You'll never find someone like me. I'm one of a kind. I'm the best thing that ever happened to your boring ass life." I looked at her, really looked at her. The smugness, the absolute certainty that I'd grovel like I always did. "You're right," I said calmly. "You are one of a kind." She smirked, thinking she'd won. I grabbed my jacket and left her apartment. That was it. No dramatic breakup speech, no begging, just done. Blocked her on everything that night. The next few days were rough, not gonna lie. 2 years is a long time, even in a toxic relationship. To distract myself, I re-downloaded Bumble. Wasn't really looking for anything serious, just needed to remind myself other women existed. Sunday morning, coffee in hand, swiping through profiles. Then I nearly dropped my phone. It was Jessica. But not Jessica. The profile said Amanda, 31. Same face, same green eyes, same distinctive birthmark near her left eyebrow, but different energy somehow. Her photos showed her rock climbing at what looked like medical conferences, casual shots with friends. The bio read, ER doctor, adventure seeker, been in town 6 months. No drama, no games, just looking for something real. My first thought, Jessica made a fake profile to test me. But the photos were too different, too natural. Different friend groups, different locations, some clearly taken years ago based on the image quality. I swiped right, matched instantly. Her first message, Brandon, this is going to sound weird, but do you know someone named Jessica? My heart stopped. I responded, this is going to sound weirder, but I dated her for 2 years. Broke up last week. Amanda, holy sh*, she's my twin sister. We need to talk. Coffee tomorrow? Update 1. The coffee meeting met Amanda at a coffee shop downtown Monday afternoon. The resemblance was uncanny, but the differences were immediately obvious. Amanda carried herself differently. Confident but not arrogant, direct but not cruel. She was wearing scrubs, having come straight from a shift. So, she said, sitting down with her latte, you dated Jessica. For 2 years, yeah. You're really her twin? She pulled out her phone, showed me an old photo. 2 identical teenage girls, but even then you could see the difference. Jessica mugging for the camera, Amanda looking slightly uncomfortable. We haven't spoken in 7 years. Amanda said, I'm guessing she never mentioned me. Never. Not once. She told me she was an only child. Amanda laughed bitterly. Of course she did. That's very Jessica. Rewrite history to suit her narrative. Why the estrangement? Amanda was quiet for a moment. How much do you know about Jessica's past? Her relationships? Her patterns? I know she's narcissistic, manipulative, always the victim. Found that out the hard way. Then you got off easier than most. Can I ask what made you finally leave? I told her about the fight, the one-of-a-kind comment. Amanda actually snorted her coffee. One of a kind? We're literally identical twins. The delusion is strong with that one. We talked for 3 hours. Amanda told me she was an ER doctor, moved here 6 months ago for a fellowship. She deliberately picked this city because she thought Jessica lived on the other coast. Turned out Jessica had moved here a year ago and never updated social media. I joined dating apps recently, Amanda said. Been so focused on work, figured I should try to have a life. Then I see your profile and think, this guy looks familiar. Checked your Instagram, set to public by the way, and saw old photos with Jessica. Small world getting smaller. This is insane, I said. Why haven't you talked to your twin in 7 years? Amanda's expression darkened. That's a longer story, one that involves lawyers, restraining orders, and our parents choosing sides. You free for dinner tomorrow? If you really want to know what you were dealing with, I'll tell you. But Brandon, it's not a fun story. Update 2. The truth about Jessica. Tuesday night, dinner at a quiet Thai place. Amanda looked exhausted. 12-hour shift, but she'd insisted on meeting. Before I tell you this, she started, I need to know, are you really done with Jessica? Because if there's any chance you'll go back. I'm done. Blocked on everything. 2 years of manipulation was enough. She nodded. Okay. So, growing up, Jessica and I were inseparable. Identical twins, best friends, did everything together. But around high school, she started changing. Became obsessed with being special, with standing out. Hated that I existed, that there was another person who looked exactly like her. That must have been rough. It got worse. She started sabotaging me, told guys I liked that I had STDs, submitted withdrawal letters to colleges I got into. Small stuff at first, then bigger. The final straw came 7 years ago. She took a deep breath. I was engaged. David, sweet guy, pediatric surgeon. Jessica had just broken up with someone and was living with me temporarily. One night, I had a night shift, came home early with a migraine, found her in bed with David. Jesus. It gets worse. She'd been pretending to be me. For weeks. Meeting him for lunches when I was at work, texting him from a spoofed number. He thought he'd been sleeping with me the whole time. The look on his face when he realized there were 2 of us. That's insane. David broke off the engagement, couldn't handle the betrayal, the confusion, the whole twin thing. I lost my fiancé, my sister, and had to transfer residency programs to get away from the drama. Jessica told everyone I was lying, that I was jealous of her, that I was the one who seduced David pretending to be her. And your parents? Believed her. She was always better at manipulation. I was the difficult one for refusing to forgive her, for getting lawyers involved. Haven't spoken to them since either. We sat in silence for a moment. Brandon, I need to ask you something, and please don't take this the wrong way. You seem like a nice guy, and you're attractive, but I matched with you because I recognized you. Not because I want to date my sister's ex. That would be weird as hell? Exactly. No offense taken, this whole situation is bizarre enough without adding that layer. Good, but I have a proposition. Jessica doesn't know I'm in town. As far as she knows, I'm still on the other coast. She also doesn't know you know I exist. What are you thinking? My parents are having their 35th anniversary party next month. Big deal, country club, the works. Jessica will definitely be there, probably with some new victim. They sent me an invitation. Mom's been trying to reconcile, not that I'm interested. But what if I went? And what if I brought a +1 who happened to be Jessica's ex? I stared at her. That's diabolical. 7 years of therapy have taught me I need closure. And maybe a little petty revenge. You in? When's the party? Update 3. The preparation. Over the next 3 weeks, Amanda and I became friends. Actual friends, which was weird but also kind of nice. She'd text me ridiculous stories from the ER. I'd send her memes about terrible coffee. We grabbed lunch twice when our schedules aligned. She also filled me in on more Jessica stories. The pattern was always the same. Jessica would find someone she perceived as competition or a threat, then systematically destroy them while playing victim. Friends, boyfriends, coworkers, anyone who might overshadow her. The therapist called it malignant narcissism with antisocial features, Amanda explained over beers one night. Basically, she's a narcissist who actively enjoys hurting people. And I dated her for 2 years. Don't beat yourself up, she's very good at what she does. Probably love-bombed you at first, right? Made you feel like the most special person in the world. Exactly that. First 6 months were amazing. Then the mask started slipping. Classic. Meanwhile, Jessica had been trying to contact me through mutual friends. The messages were predictable. Tell Brandon I miss him. He's making a huge mistake. Nobody will ever love him like I do. He'll come crawling back. Our mutual friend Tony showed me the texts. Dude, she's losing it. Keeps saying you'll never find anyone like her. She's right, I said. Thank God for that. The week before the party, Amanda went shopping for a dress. Sent me photos from the dressing room. Which one's successful doctor who's totally over family drama better? The Navy one. You look like a boss in that. Perfect. You still sure about this? Are you? I haven't seen my parents in 7 years. Jessica stole my fiancé, my family, my peace of mind. So yeah, I'm sure. Plus, I want to see her face when she realizes I exist in her perfect little world again. Then I'm in. Friday before the party, Amanda called me, panicked. Jessica knows you're coming. What? How? My mom. She called Jessica to warn her that I was bringing a +1 trying to avoid drama. Jessica asked who. Mom didn't know your name, but described you from your Instagram that she stalked. Jessica put it together. So she knows we know each other? No. That's the thing. She thinks you're dating someone else and coming to rub it in her face. She told Mom she's bringing her new boyfriend to show you what you're missing. This is getting better and better. Brandon, she might make a scene. When has Jessica ever not made a scene? Fair point. Update 4. The anniversary party Saturday night. I picked Amanda up at her apartment. She looked stunning in the navy dress, but I could see the anxiety in her eyes. 7 years, she muttered. 7 years since I've seen any of them. We can leave any time you want. Just say the word. No, I need this. Let's go. The country club was exactly what you'd expect. Valet parking, string quartet, champagne fountains. Amanda's hand was shaking slightly as we walked in. We saw her parents first. The look on their faces when they saw Amanda was something else. Her mom started crying immediately. Her dad just stood there frozen. Amanda? You actually came? Hello, Mom, Dad. This is Brandon. The recognition in their eyes when they saw me was instant. They knew exactly who I was. You're Jessica's ex-boyfriend. Yes, small world. The conversation was stilted, awkward. 7 years of estrangement doesn't just disappear. Amanda was polite but cold. I could see the hurt in her parents' eyes, but also something else. Guilt, maybe? Then we heard it. That laugh. That fake, tinkling laugh Jessica did when she was performing for an audience. She walked in on the arm of some guy in his 40s wearing a Rolex that screamed midlife crisis. When she saw me, her smile froze. When she saw who I was with, the color drained from her face. No, she whispered. Then louder, no, you can't be here. You're not supposed to be here. Hello, Jessica, Amanda said calmly. Long time no see. You planned this. You're trying to steal him from me. Steal who? Amanda asked. Brandon? Your ex-boyfriend who you told would never find anyone like you? Turns out he didn't have to look far. Identical twins, remember? You bitter bitch. You've always been jealous of me. Jealous? Amanda laughed. Of what? Your inability to maintain relationships? Your narcissistic personality disorder? Your criminal record for identity theft? Wait, criminal record? Jessica's new boyfriend looked confused. Babe, what's going on? Who is this? I'm her twin sister, the one she pretends doesn't exist. Did she tell you she's an only child? That's her favorite lie. The room had gone quiet. Everyone was staring. Jessica turned to her parents. Make her leave. This is harassment. She's ruining everything like she always does. Her father spoke for the first time since we'd arrived. Jessica, stop. What? Just stop. We know what you did to David. Amanda sent us the security footage from her apartment building 3 months ago. We know you were pretending to be her. The silence was deafening. You knew? We've known for months. We invited Amanda here to apologize, to try to make things right. We chose wrong 7 years ago. Jessica's face contorted with rage. You're taking her side after everything I've done for you? What have you done for us, Jessica? Her mother asked quietly. Besides lie to us, manipulate us, and destroy your sister's life. I'm your daughter. So is Amanda, and we failed her. We're not making that mistake again. Jessica turned on me. This is your fault. You turned them against me. You and that bitch sister of mine. Actually, I said, I didn't do anything. Neither did Amanda. You did this to yourself. We're leaving, Jessica announced to her date. Now. The guy looked bewildered but followed her. At the door, she turned back. You'll regret this, all of you. Especially you, Brandon. You think you've won something? She's damaged goods, broken. That's why David left her. Amanda stepped forward. David left because you traumatized him by pretending to be me. But you know what? I'm grateful, because it showed me who you really are, and it got you out of my life. You'll die alone, Jessica spit. Maybe, but at least I'll die as myself, not pretending to be someone else. Jessica stormed out. The party gradually resumed, though the energy never quite recovered. Update 5. The aftermath. Amanda's parents spent the rest of the party trying to reconnect with her. She was polite but firm. 7 years of abandonment wouldn't be fixed with one conversation. They exchanged numbers, agreed to maybe get coffee sometime. Baby steps. In the car afterward, Amanda broke down. Full sobbing, years of pain finally released. I needed that, she said between tears. I needed them to see who she really was. Are you okay? I will be. For the first time in 7 years, I think I will be. We went back to her place, ordered pizza, and debriefed. Around midnight, my phone started buzzing. Jessica had found a way around the block, using different numbers. You ruined my life. My parents hate me because of you. Amanda is using you to get back at me. You'll pay for this. We belong together. 17 messages in total. I screenshot them all, then blocked the new numbers. Amanda looked at them and shook her head. She'll escalate. She always does when she loses control. She was right. Monday morning, I got a call from my workplace. Someone had called in a complaint about me, claiming I was harassing and stalking my ex-girlfriend. Fortunately, my boss knew me well enough to be skeptical. I showed him the texts from Jessica, explained the situation. He documented everything and dismissed the complaint. Tuesday, Amanda called me. Jessica had shown up at the hospital where she worked, making a scene, claiming Amanda had stolen her boyfriend. Security had to escort her out. Amanda filed for a restraining order. Wednesday, the real extinction burst hit. Jessica went on social media with a massive post about how her evil twin sister had seduced her boyfriend and turned her family against her. She included old photos of her and me, photos she'd apparently taken of Amanda and me at the party without us noticing, and a whole fiction about Amanda's history of stealing her boyfriends. The response wasn't what she expected. Comments poured in. Wait, you have a twin? You told me you were an only child. Jessica, this is unhinged. Get help. Team Amanda, honestly. Didn't you tell me your sister was dead? The best comment came from David, the ex-fiancé. For anyone wondering, Jessica pretended to be Amanda to sleep with me 7 years ago. She's a pathological liar and a predator. Believe nothing she says. Jessica deleted the post within hours, but screenshots were already circulating. Final update. It's been 2 months now since the anniversary party. Here's where everyone stands. Jessica lost her job after the hospital incident made it back to her employer. She worked in pharmaceutical sales, and they have a zero-tolerance policy for harassment. Last I heard, she'd moved back in with her parents, who are insisting on therapy as a condition of support. She's blocked on everything. The restraining order is in place, and I haven't heard from her in 3 weeks. Amanda and her parents are slowly rebuilding. They meet for coffee once a week, sometimes dinner. It's not perfect, but it's progress. Her mom sent her a long letter apologizing for choosing Jessica 7 years ago, for not seeing the truth. Amanda let me read it. It was heartbreaking but necessary. As for Amanda and me, we're friends. Actual, genuine friends. There's no romantic element, that would be too weird for both of us. But we grab drinks sometimes, text about random stuff, and she's actually become part of my friend group. Tony met her at trivia night and said, it's like Jessica, but a human being instead of a demon. Not wrong. I started dating someone new last month, a teacher named Rachel who's nothing like Jessica or Amanda. Brunette, introverted, loves horror movies and foster dogs. When I told her the whole twin saga on our 3rd date, she laughed so hard she nearly choked on her wine. So you literally found someone exactly like your ex, but better? Technically, yeah. That's the ultimate upgrade. Amanda met Rachel last week. Approved immediately. She's nothing like us twins, she said. Keep this one. Jessica was wrong about one thing. She's not one of a kind. There's literally an identical copy of her out there, one who became a successful doctor instead of a manipulative nightmare. But she was right about another thing. I'll never find someone like her again. Thank God for that. The most satisfying part? Jessica's complete implosion was entirely self-inflicted. We didn't scheme against her or plan some elaborate revenge. We just showed up and let her reveal herself. Her parents saw through her lies, her new boyfriend bailed, her job fired her, and she's now forced into therapy, all because she couldn't handle the existence of the twin sister she'd tried to erase. Amanda said it best over drinks last week. You know what the difference between us is? I spent 7 years in therapy learning to be a better person after what she did to me. She spent 7 years pretending I didn't exist. Guess which strategy worked out better? To anyone dealing with a narcissist, they always think they're one of a kind, irreplaceable, the best you'll ever have. They're wrong. There's always someone better out there. Sometimes they even look exactly the same, but with an actual soul. Thanks for reading this insane saga. Still can't believe it actually happened. Edit: since some people asked, yes, Amanda kept the restraining order footage from her apartment building for 7 years. She says she knew someday she'd need proof. ER doctors are apparently very good at documentation. Edit 2. For those asking if Amanda and I will ever date, absolutely not. We've discussed it. The trauma bond plus the identical appearance to my ex would be unhealthy for both of us. We're better as friends who survived Hurricane Jessica together. Edit 3. Jessica's new boyfriend reached out through LinkedIn to apologize for the party scene and to thank me for inadvertently showing him who she really was. Apparently, she'd told him she was an orphan. The twin reveal broke his brain a little. My girlfriend posted, saying goodbye to this chapter, with a hospital photo implying I'd abandoned her during a medical emergency. I didn't defend myself. I just posted the security footage of her faking the whole thing. She was perfectly fine and laughing with nurses 10 minutes later. When her employer's HR department saw she'd used fake medical leave. Original post: I, 31 male, am sitting here with a beer, still processing the absolute dumpster fire my ex-girlfriend Jessica, 29, created for herself. 2.5 years together, lived in my condo for the last 8 months. Thought we were solid until last week when everything imploded in the most ridiculous way possible. It started with a fight about her friend Melissa's wedding. Jessica wanted us to fly out for the destination wedding, spend 4 days there. Problem was, I'd already committed to helping my brother Derek move that weekend. He's getting divorced, needs support, and I'd promised months ago. Jessica knew this. Just tell him you can't make it, she said, like it was nothing. Jess, he's my brother. He's going through hell right now. And Melissa is my best friend. This is her wedding, which you RSVP'd to without checking with me first. She stormed off, slammed the bedroom door. Classic Jessica move. When she doesn't get her way, it's theatrics time. Next morning, she's gone before I wake up. Whatever, figured she needed to cool off. Then around 2 p.m., my phone starts blowing up. Messages, calls, notifications going crazy. My coworker Trevor sends me a screenshot from Jessica's Instagram. There she is in a hospital bed, IV in her arm, looking pale and dramatic. The caption, saying goodbye to this chapter. When you need them most, their true colors show. Guess I'm doing this alone. Stronger without you, health scares, new beginnings. My stomach dropped. Was she actually sick? I immediately called her, straight to voicemail, texted asking if she was okay. What hospital? Nothing. But here's the thing, Jessica has a history of embellishing, like when she called in sick to work for a family emergency that turned out to be a sample sale. Or when she told her parents I forgot her birthday, when really she was mad I didn't get her the exact purse she wanted. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I called the local hospitals. None had her admitted. Interesting. Then I remembered something. The hospital in the photo looked familiar. Really familiar. Because Jessica's roommate from college, Ashley, is a nurse at Riverside General. The same Ashley who thinks rules don't apply to her and would absolutely help Jessica stage something like this. I didn't respond to any of the messages asking why I abandoned her. Didn't defend myself on social media. Instead, I drove to Riverside General and had a very interesting conversation with security. Update 1. The security office at Riverside was more helpful than I expected. Maybe because I wasn't screaming or making demands, just calmly explaining that my girlfriend had posted she was admitted but wasn't answering calls and I was concerned. The security supervisor, an older guy named Bill, pulled up their system. No Jessica admitted. But when I showed him the Instagram post, he recognized the room number visible in the corner of her photo. 314. That room's been empty since yesterday, Bill said, frowning. Let me check our cameras. 20 minutes later, I'm watching security footage with Bill and his colleague. There's Jessica and Ashley walking into the hospital at 1:07 p.m., laughing and carrying Starbucks. Ashley swipes them through to the nursing station. They disappear down the hall toward room 314. At 1:23 p.m., Jessica posts her dramatic photo. At 1:34 p.m., they're both on camera again at the nursing station, Jessica doing some kind of mock fashion show walk, while Ashley and two other nurses crack up laughing. Jessica's perfectly fine, bouncing around, no trace of whatever medical emergency she was implying. At 1:41 p.m., they leave together, Jessica practically skipping to the elevator. Bill burned me a copy of the footage onto a USB drive. "This is something else," he muttered. "Yeah," I agreed. "It really is." Drove home thinking about what to do. Jessica's post had over 200 comments by then. Her mom had commented asking what was wrong, offering to fly in. Her coworkers were sending prayers. My friends were calling me trash. My own mother had left me a voicemail asking how I could leave Jessica alone in the hospital. Jessica finally came home around 8 p.m., key in the door like nothing happened. Walked in looking completely healthy. Stopped dead when she saw me on the couch. "Oh, you're home," she said, avoiding eye contact. "Feeling better?" I asked, keeping my voice neutral. "Yeah, much better." "That's good. Modern medicine is amazing. What was wrong?" She shifted uncomfortably. "Just, stress-related stuff. Anxiety attack." "Ah, and they admitted you for that?" "Well, they wanted to run tests." "Which unit?" "I called looking for you, but they said you weren't admitted." Her face went pale. They must have made a mistake. I was in the ER mostly." "Room 3114 is in the ER?" The silence was deafening. She knew I knew. "Look, I was upset, okay?" She finally exploded. "You chose your stupid brother over Melissa's wedding, and I wanted you to see how it feels to be abandoned. So you faked a medical emergency, posted it publicly, let everyone think I'm some monster who left you in the hospital. I didn't think it would blow up like that. You have 237 comments, Jess. Your mom is trying to book a flight. I'll fix it." "How? By admitting you lied?" She glared at me. "I wasn't lying. I was there. I was upset. That's a medical issue." The entitlement. The mental gymnastics. I just shook my head. "You need to find somewhere else to stay," I said quietly. "What? You're kicking me out over this? You publicly humiliated me with a lie. You used your friend's position to access hospital facilities for a fake photo op. Yeah, I'm done." She started crying then. Big, dramatic tears. "Where am I supposed to go?" "That's not my problem anymore." She grabbed some things and left, probably to Ashley's. Good riddance, I thought. But I wasn't done. Not even close. Update 2. That night I couldn't sleep. Keep thinking about all the people who'd seen that post, who now thought I was garbage. My reputation tarnished because Jessica wanted to win an argument. Around 2 a.m., I made a decision. If she wanted to play the social media game, fine. Let's play. I posted the security footage. Not the whole thing, just the relevant parts. Jessica walking in healthy with Starbucks, her doing the fashion walk while nurses laughed, her leaving. Clearly fine. I captioned it. "Since people are concerned, here's the security footage from yesterday. As you can see, there was no medical emergency, no abandonment, just someone who thought faking illness for sympathy was appropriate." I don't usually air private matters publicly, but when lies affect my reputation, the truth matters. Then I tagged everyone who'd commented on her original post. Went to bed. Woke up to chaos. My phone had so many notifications it was glitching. Jessica had called 23 times. Her mom had called 8 times. Ashley had sent a novel-length text calling me pathetic and addictive. But the best part? The comments on my post. "Holy shit, she really faked being in the hospital? This is insane. Who does this? Bro, you dodged a bullet. Wait, isn't that Ashley Thompson? Doesn't she work there? This could be serious." That last comment gave me pause. I hadn't even thought about the professional implications for Ashley. But that was on her, not me. Jessica's mom, Diane, called again. I answered this time. "How dare you embarrass her like this?" Diane screeched. "She embarrassed herself, Diane. I just provided facts. She was stressed. You drove her to this." I refused to bail on my brother's move that I'd committed to months ago. If that drives someone to fake a medical emergency, that's on them. You're ruining her life over a small mistake. She tried to ruin my reputation over not getting her way. Actions have consequences. Take it down right now. No, she hung up on me. Jessica showed up at my door an hour later, mascara running, looking genuinely distressed for the first time. "Take it down," she demanded. "Please." Everyone's seen it. My boss saw it. This is getting out of hand. Should have thought about that before you posted lies about me. I took mine down. After the damage was done. After everyone already saw it and formed opinions. This is different. You're showing video that proves I lied. My work thinks I faked being sick last month now. HR wants to meet with me. Oh, that was interesting. She'd used sick days for that Vegas trip with the girls last month, claimed she had food poisoning. Not my problem, I said, starting to close the door. She blocked it with her foot. I'll sue you for posting video of me without consent. I actually laughed. It's security footage from a public area of a hospital. No expectation of privacy. Plus, you posted the original lie. This is just defending myself with facts. You're such a... she started, then stopped. Fine, but I need my stuff. I'll box it up. You can pick it up this weekend. I live here. Not anymore. You're not on the lease. You have no legal right to be here. She tried to push past me. I blocked her. Move, she demanded. No. Leave, or I call the cops. For trying to enter my own home. For trying to enter my home that you have no legal claim to, after you've been told to leave. That's trespassing, Jess. The look on her face like she'd never been told no in her life, which thinking about it was probably accurate. Diane had always babied her, cleaned up her messes, made excuses. Not anymore. At least not with me. Update 3. The fallout was swift and brutal. First, Ashley got suspended pending investigation. Turns out hospitals take HIPAA very seriously. And even though Jessica wasn't a real patient, Ashley had used her badge to access restricted areas for personal use, allowed a non-employee into patient care areas, and participated in what they called misuse of medical facilities. Jessica absolutely lost it when she found out. Sent me a voice message screaming that I'd ruined Ashley's career and that I was evil. I didn't respond. Ashley made her choices. Then came the work situation. Jessica's HR department had connected some dots. She'd called in sick 5 times in the past 3 months. They cross-referenced her social media. Why do people not make their profiles private? And found photos of her at a music festival during one sick day. In Vegas during her food poisoning, and now this fake hospital stay. She got fired. Not suspended. Fired. Her mom called me again, this time crying. She lost her job because of you. She lost her job because she committed fraud, Diane. Multiple times, apparently. She's going to lose her apartment. She can't afford it without work. Then maybe she shouldn't have been skipping work to party. You're heartless. You loved her. I loved who I thought she was. Turns out that person didn't exist. Let her come back just until she finds a new job. Please. Absolutely not. Then you're paying for this. Emotional distress. Defamation. My husband's a lawyer. Your husband is a real estate lawyer, Diane, and posting factual security footage isn't defamation. It's literally the truth. She hung up again. But the entitlement wasn't done. Not even close. Jessica created a new Instagram account since she deleted her old one after my post went viral in our social circle. This new one was called Surviving Narcos, Narcissistic Abuse. Apparently I'm a narcissist now. She posted a long story about how she'd been psychologically manipulated and gaslit into feeling like she had to create dramatic scenarios to get my attention. How I was emotionally absent and controlling. How posting the security footage was revenge porn. It absolutely wasn't, but okay. Some people bought it. She started getting followers, sympathy, even a few people sharing their own narcissistic ex stories. Then she made her mistake. She posted, "He even controls the finances. Wouldn't let me save my own money. Economic abuse is real." That was provably false. I had screenshots of every Venmo request she'd sent me for her half of rent that she paid maybe 60% of the time. Bank records showing she had full access to her own accounts. Hell, I had texts of her bragging to friends about how she was saving money by living with me because I covered most expenses. I didn't post these immediately. Instead, I sent them to my lawyer friend, Roberto. "Can I post these to refute her claims?" I asked. "You can," he said, looking them over. "But better idea, send me everything. All the screenshots, the security footage, her posts about you. Let's document everything in case she escalates." Smart move because she did escalate. Update 4. A week after getting fired, Jessica went nuclear. Started with her showing up at my work. Security called me down to the lobby where she was making a scene, crying, telling anyone who'd listen that I'd destroyed her life and she just needed closure. My boss, thankfully, was incredibly understanding when I explained the situation. Security escorted her out with a warning not to return. Then she tried a new angle. She started contacting my friends and family directly. Not through social media, but personal messages, emails even showed up at my buddy Keith's apartment. Keith called me, bewildered. "Dude, Jessica's at my door crying saying you're holding her grandmother's ring hostage?" "Her grandmother's ring? What ring?" "She says her grandma's engagement ring is in your apartment and you won't let her get it." "Keith, her grandmother is alive and lives in Florida, and she definitely never gave Jessica any ring." "Oh, wow, she's really going for it, huh?" "Yeah, don't let her in." But Jessica had already moved on to her next target, my mom. Mom called me that evening. "Honey, Jessica's here." "What?" "She showed up crying, saying she needed to talk to someone who knows you. I let her in for tea." "Mom, no. She's lying about everything." "Oh, I know, dear. I saw your post with the security footage. I'm not stupid." "Then why did you let her in?" "To see what she'd say. It's been illuminating." Turns out Mom had been recording the whole conversation. Mom's sneaky like that. Jessica had spun an elaborate tale about my anger issues. I don't have any. My drinking problem. I have maybe 2 beers a week. And how I'd isolated her from her support system. Her friends hung out at our place constantly. When Mom calmly presented facts that contradicted each claim, Jessica got increasingly agitated, eventually screaming that my whole family was toxic enablers. Mom calmly asked her to leave. Jessica refused. Mom had to call the police, 2 cops showing up at my mother's house because of my ex-girlfriend. I was mortified. Mom, however, was weirdly proud of how she handled it. "I got it all on video," she said cheerfully. "Very clear evidence of harassment." Between the work incident and the situation at Mom's house, Roberto said we had enough for a restraining order. We filed the next day. Jessica was served at Ashley's apartment, where she'd been staying. According to Ashley's roommate, who reached out to me later, Jessica had a complete meltdown, screaming about injustice and how I was trying to silence her truth. But here's where it gets really incredible. Jessica decided the restraining order was just paper. She created fake social media accounts to keep tabs on me. She had Diane call me from different numbers. She even had some guy I'd never met message me on LinkedIn saying he was a mediator who wanted to help us resolve our conflict. Each violation was documented. Roberto was building quite the file. Then came the coup de grace. Final update. 3 weeks after the hospital incident, I get a call from an unknown number. Usually wouldn't answer, but something told me to pick up. "Is this Daniel?" A woman's voice, professional sounding. "Yes, who's this?" "This is Margaret from Riverside General's Administration. We're investigating an incident involving unauthorized access to our facilities. We understand you have security footage?" "Interesting. I do. We'd like to review it as part of our investigation. Would you be willing to share it?" "Absolutely." Sent them the footage. 2 days later, they called back. Turns out this wasn't Ashley's first violation. She'd been written up twice before for bringing friends into restricted areas. This was the final straw. Ashley was terminated, and because she'd used her access for fraudulent purposes, she was reported to the state nursing board. Jessica, apparently, didn't take this well. She showed up at my condo building at 3 a.m., drunk, screaming up at my window from the parking lot. "You ruined everything. Ashley's life is destroyed. Are you happy now?" Multiple neighbors called the cops. I just recorded from my window. The cops arrested her for violating the restraining order and public intoxication. At her hearing, the judge was not sympathetic, especially when presented with all the evidence of continued harassment despite the order. 30 days in jail. Diane actually had to pay her bail, and then Jessica had to serve the time anyway because bail was just for pretrial release. While she was in jail, the real consequences hit. Her lease required employment verification every year. Without a job, and with an eviction from Ashley's place, she'd been staying there, but not paying, and Ashley's roommates were done. She couldn't renew. Her credit was already shot from the legal fees and fines. The nursing board investigation of Ashley became a public record. Suddenly, everyone in their social circle knew exactly what had happened. The fake hospital visit, the abusive position, all of it. When Jessica got out, she had nothing. No job. Who's hiring someone with a fraud termination? No apartment, a criminal record, and a restraining order that meant she couldn't come within 500 feet of me, my home, or my workplace. Diane finally stopped calling after Roberto sent her a cease and desist letter. Last I heard from mutual friends, Jessica had to move back to her parents' house in their retirement community 3 hours away. At 29, she's living in her childhood bedroom, working part-time at a craft store, and blocked from most social media platforms for ban evasion. Ashley lost her nursing license. She's apparently working at a call center now, telling anyone who'll listen that I ruined her life for helping a friend in need. Me? I'm doing okay. Therapy helped process the whole mess. Amazing how much manipulation you don't see when you're in it. The gaslighting, the constant drama, the way she'd twist reality to make herself the victim. My brother Derek, the one whose move started this whole thing, he's doing better too. We actually laugh about it now, how Jessica's tantrum over missing a wedding ended up showing me exactly who she really was. I still have the security footage saved. Roberto says keep it forever, just in case. Sometimes I watch it when I doubt myself, when I wonder if I overreacted. Then I see her laughing, dancing, perfectly healthy, while the internet attacked me for abandoning her. Nah, I didn't overreact. I just finally stood up for myself. The entitlement, though? That still amazes me. The fact that she thought she could publicly destroy my reputation with lies and face no consequences. That she could violate a restraining order because she was upset. That even now, according to the grapevine, she tells people she's the victim of a narcissistic smear campaign. Some people never learn. They just find new people to blame. But that's not my problem anymore. My only problem now is deciding whether to renew my lease or buy a house. Leaning toward the house, fresh start and all that. Funny how removing toxic people from your life suddenly makes everything clearer. Even furniture shopping is easier when you don't have someone demanding everything be Instagram-worthy or throwing fits when you won't buy a $3,000 couch you can't afford. Life's good. Drama-free. Exactly how it should be. Oh, and Melissa's wedding? The one that started all this, got canceled. Apparently, the groom had been cheating. Jessica missed that whole mess because she was in jail. Karma's real, folks. Sometimes it just takes its sweet time.
Hi, my name is Louisa Hayes. I'm 28 years old, the founder of the educational technology platform Skilltree based in Seattle. But before the glass-walled office, the million-dollar investments, or the smiling magazine covers, I was the daughter my own parents abandoned at 16, leaving me with nothing but a crumpled note that said, "You'll understand someday." They left without a word, without a penny, without even a backward glance. 12 years later, after I had rebuilt my life from those ruins, they came back, saying that what happened back then was a lesson to make you stronger, and demanded that I share my success as if there had never been nights when I slept in a cold storage room. I didn't stay silent. I took them to court. But before I tell you what happened next, let me ask you something. Has anyone you trusted most ever walked away without saying goodbye? And where are you watching from, so I know I'm not alone? Thank you so much. That afternoon, I still remember the Tacoma sky gray as ash, drizzle misting over the asphalt, the damp smell rising from the grass behind the high school. My backpack was heavy, and all I could think about was the leftover cold cuts waiting for dinner and the biology test in the morning. When the number 42 bus stopped in front of the rental house, I noticed my father's silver pickup truck was gone. The living room window was wide open, the torn curtain fluttering in the wind. When I pushed the door open, a chill ran down my spine. The house was empty. The furniture was gone. Only the scent of old paint and faint dust marks on the wall remained where the family photos used to hang. On the kitchen counter, beside a dried coffee ring, lay a folded, wrinkled piece of paper with slanted handwriting. "You'll understand someday." No money, no phone number, no instructions. Just those 6 words, like a cold verdict. I called my brother, Cole. The dial tone repeated endlessly. I tried again, no answer. I texted, "Cole, what happened? Where did they go?" The message bounced back, delivery failed. A soft ping, and I realized I'd been blocked. I sank to the wooden floor and looked around the hollow house. Outside, the rain beat against the window, drop by drop. I didn't cry right away, I just felt hollow, like all the sound had been drained from the world. That night, I slept on the floor, no light, no blanket, listening to the wind howl through the cracks in the door, the same words echoing in my mind. You'll understand someday, but understand what? Why me? For the next 3 days, I survived on instant noodles and tap water. Every morning, I put on my old school uniform and pretended nothing had happened. I was terrified that if I told anyone, they'd send me to a shelter or call the police, and I'd lose my chance to stay in school. On the 3rd day, the landlord knocked on the door with an irritated look on his face. He held the lease agreement in his hand and said curtly that my parents had canceled the rental, moved to another state, and that I had 48 hours to leave. When he slammed the door and I heard the lock click, it sounded like the lid of a coffin closing over my old life. I stuffed my clothes, a few photos, and my journal into my backpack. That night, I wandered through the rainy streets, the wind cutting at my collar, thinking that if I just kept walking, maybe I'd find them somewhere, but there was no address to search for. I stopped at the Tacoma Public Library, remembering it was warm and had electricity. I sat in a corner for hours, reading to get through the night. When the library closed, I couldn't bring myself to go outside. I was afraid of the rain, the darkness, the sound of footsteps that didn't belong. I hid in the restroom until the lights went out, then slipped into the basement storage room where the old books were kept and curled up inside my thin jacket. That first night, I learned what absolute silence truly was. At dawn, I woke to the sound of books being wheeled and a man clearing his throat. It was Mr. Dean, the librarian, around 60 years old, with white hair and kind eyes that looked like they'd seen every kind of human exhaustion. I trembled, thinking he'd call the police, but he just looked at me for a long moment and sighed. "You don't need to explain," he said in a rough, gentle voice. "Just don't disappear from yourself." He quietly let me stay in the small storage room, telling me I could sleep there for a few nights. Each morning, I helped him wipe tables and organize books, and in return, he gave me a sandwich and a cup of hot cocoa. After a few days, he brought me an old Dell laptop with a few keys missing and taught me how to open email and look for jobs. "Learn how to write your name somewhere again," he said. That sentence stayed with me for a very long time. I started applying everywhere: convenience stores, dishwashing jobs, housekeeping, any place that might take me. Most turned me away because I was only 16 and had no guardian. One afternoon, while wiping a table near the library door, I overheard 2 women talking about a place called Marla's Diner that was looking for a kitchen assistant and paid in cash. I didn't think twice. I ran 3 blocks straight there. The diner was small, tucked between 2 old buildings, its sign flickering, the air thick with the smell of grease and coffee. Marla, a Cuban-American woman in her 50s, looked me up and down with a mix of suspicion and pity. I told her the truth. I need a job. I can wash dishes, mop floors, do anything. I just need somewhere to start. She stayed quiet for a moment, then nodded. "All right, cash every week. If anyone asks, you're my niece. Don't let anyone know your situation." And that's how I began working there, from afternoon until late at night, the clatter of dishes echoing like the quick, nervous beat of my own heart. I learned to wash plates in water so hot it burned my hands, to mop floors slick with oil, to smile at customers even when exhaustion blurred my vision. At night, I went back to the library, hiding in the book storage room. Some nights were so cold I laid my head on my backpack and whispered, "You'll understand someday," wondering if they were happy somewhere, if they ever thought of the daughter sleeping in a dusty basement. A week later, Mr. Dean found me asleep at a reading desk, too tired to sit upright. He asked if I'd found a place to stay. When he learned I was still living in the library, he shook his head softly. "No, child, you'll get sick." He called an old friend of his, Marla, the very woman who owned the diner where I worked. "She's helped a lot of kids like you," he said. I didn't know what "like you" meant, only that Mr. Dean made me promise not to quit school and to read at least one book every week. That night, I moved into the small loft behind the kitchen at Marla's diner. It wasn't fancy, just a fold-up bed and a tiny window overlooking a narrow alley, but it was the first home I'd had since being abandoned. On the table, Marla had left a plate of fried eggs and a note written in marker. Eat, then sleep. Morning starts early. I sat down, my hand trembling as I picked up the fork. After days of surviving on dry bread, those eggs tasted like salt and kindness. As I lay down on the bed, I could hear the cars passing outside, the smell of grease still clinging to my hair. I didn't know what tomorrow would bring, nor what that someday on the note was supposed to mean. But one thing was clear: if the world had left me behind, I would learn to stand up again, even if it meant using only my bare hands and a fragile belief that somewhere out there, good people still existed. That night, for the first time, I truly slept. No dreams, no fear, just a long exhale, as if I had survived the first storm of my life. The early days at Marla's diner were a blur, time losing all definition. I woke before dawn, when the kitchen vent still hummed softly, and only went to sleep when the clock on the wall neared 3 in the morning. I slept in the narrow storage room behind the diner, surrounded by sacks of flour, bottles of oil, and the burnt scent of coffee that seeped into my hair and skin. The concrete floor was freezing, and the thin blanket Marla gave me barely covered half my body, yet to me, it was a luxury I hadn't dared dream of just weeks earlier. Each morning, when she unlocked the door, I pretended I'd simply come in early for work, not wanting her to know I was living there. I wiped tables, washed dishes, scrubbed floors, listened to the rhythm of knives slicing vegetables and oil sizzling in pans, and slowly learned to read people by the way they ordered their meals. Some asked for black coffee and stared silently out the window for an hour. Others laughed too loudly, as if to drown out the emptiness inside. I began to understand that everyone carries a storm within them, the only difference is how well they hide it. During the day, I ate leftovers, burnt toast, scraps of fries left behind on plates. After closing, I packed what was left into a paper box, took it back to my corner, and ate in silence. I washed at the gas station down the street, sneaking into the restroom to wipe myself clean with wet towels, sometimes splashing my face with water so cold it made my head ache. Whenever I looked in the mirror, I saw a girl with tangled hair, dark circles under her eyes, and a grease-stained uniform, but her eyes still held an odd light, like a tiny flame that refused to die. One evening, after cleaning the tables, I sat on the cold storage floor, my back against the metal wall, hands trembling from exhaustion. The chill from the ice blocks seeped through my clothes, making me shiver, and when tears rolled down my face, they almost froze on my skin. I didn't even know why I was crying, maybe from hunger, from missing someone, or from the feeling of being invisible in this world. The storage door swung open, light flooding in along with the smell of dish soap. Marla stood there, arms crossed, her eyes not angry, just sad. "You planning to hide in here forever?" she asked, her voice rough from cigarettes. I lowered my head, ready to apologize, but she just sighed. "Go up to the loft behind the kitchen tonight, there's at least a bed there. Don't say you don't need it, and don't try to act strong. Everyone needs somewhere to fall." Then she walked away, leaving me with the cold air and another stream of tears, this time not from fear, but from relief. The small loft above Marla's kitchen was barely wide enough for a single bed and an old wooden table, yet to me, it felt like a luxury apartment. She told me I could stay as long as I wanted, as long as I didn't quit school. I nodded, though by then, I had long stopped dreaming about going back. I was only learning how to live, how to survive without anyone else. Every night after work, I wrote down every expense in my notebook: bread, soap, gas station fees. I made myself a 3-line rule: eat, shelter, learn. If one day I could add a 4th line: save, I would call that success. I named it the survival plan. Marla often sat with me after closing, pouring 2 cups of coffee and telling stories about her life. She had left home at 17, disowned by her family for choosing to become a chef instead of going to college. "They said I'd never amount to anything," she said, taking a sip of coffee. But at least I've never gone hungry. And I've never forgotten to give someone a meal when they need one. I didn't respond, just stared at my cup and thought that if anyone in this world deserved to be called family, it was her. One rainy afternoon, as I was wiping down a table, a middle-aged man walked in raincoat draped over his shoulder, laptop tucked under his arm. He was a regular, always sitting at the same seat by the window, ordering black coffee with no sugar and typing for hours. That day, he noticed me typing something into my old phone and asked, "What are you working on?" I hesitated. "I'm just trying to rewrite some notes to remember the formula for calculating bills." He laughed. "Formula? Looks more like a spreadsheet." It turned out he worked for a small online learning company, and they were looking for someone to enter data. "If you're interested, come by my office tomorrow morning," he said. "We pay by the hour." No degree needed, just honesty and patience. I looked at him, hardly believing what I'd heard, and nodded quickly. The next morning, I went to that office, a small floor in an old industrial building with a hand-painted sign that read, "Next Learn." The job wasn't glamorous. I just had to enter student lists, check for typos, and send confirmation emails. But strangely, I loved it. Every name, every online course made me feel like I was opening the door to another world. For the first time, I realized education could reach anyone, no schools, no money needed, just an internet connection and the will to learn. And somewhere deep inside me, a seed began to grow. If a girl who once slept in a cold storage room could learn through an old screen, maybe thousands of others could too. I spent almost all of my first paycheck on a new pair of shoes and a thicker notebook to record everything I learned about computers. At night, I went on YouTube, watching videos about web programming and how to build simple apps. I didn't understand everything, but I was patient, pausing every frame, writing down each command, making mistakes, trying again. I learned to be patient with errors when the screen flashed. Error, I didn't get frustrated. I saw it as a challenge. Every time a line of code finally worked, I felt like I'd won a small battle against my past. Sometimes Marla would walk by and see me hunched over the screen. She'd shake her head and ask, "You planning to be a hacker or something?" I laughed and said, "No, I just wanted to learn how to create something of my own." She smiled softly. "Then keep going. Just remember to eat dinner." Maybe she never realized that those small, ordinary words were what pulled me back from the edge of despair. The following month, my data entry job got a raise. My supervisor was surprised when he noticed I had started automating parts of the spreadsheet using formulas I had taught myself. "Who taught you that?" he asked. I answered honestly, "YouTube and failure." He laughed out loud and said that if I wanted to learn more, he could lend me the company's free course account. I almost trembled with joy. That night, I went back to the diner, opened my old laptop, saw the words "login successful," and cried. For the first time since the day I was abandoned, I cried for something good. From that moment, I set a rule for myself: learn one new skill every week, understand one new programming language every month. I didn't know where it would lead me, only that when my fingers tapped the keyboard, I was no longer the girl who had been left behind with that meaningless note. I was rewriting my own story, line by line, command by command. And when my first program displayed the words "Hello, World," I smiled in the middle of the night. Outside, the rain still pattered against the old tin roof, but this time, I didn't feel cold. I only felt warmth rising inside me, as if the future had just opened its door, quietly but firmly, right after that final period. When I turned 20, I packed the few things I owned: the old laptop Mr. Dean had given me, my worn-out notebook, and a small suitcase of clothes, and boarded a night bus to Seattle, the city people called the promised land for those who dream more than they have. I had no plan and no one waiting for me, only a fragile belief that if I worked hard enough, life wouldn't turn its back on me again. As the bus crossed the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, the yellow lights reflected off the water, and I saw my reflection in the window, thin, hollow-eyed, but with a new light in my gaze. The will to survive had turned into ambition. In my first days in Seattle, I rented a tiny room in the old Fremont district, where the paint peeled off the walls and the wooden floor creaked with every step. The rent was far higher than what I could afford, so I took a job making coffee at a Starbucks near downtown. During the day, I smiled at customers and memorized their complicated orders, venti caramel macchiato with soy milk, and at night, when the streets grew quiet, I returned to my narrow room, barely big enough for a wooden desk and a broken chair, opened my old laptop, and taught myself to code by the dim light of a second-hand desk lamp. I wasn't learning to become an engineer. I was learning because I wanted to create something that would help others teach themselves the way I once had a way to repay the kindness that Mr. Dean and Marla had shown me. I wrote my first lines of code for a small app I called NoteShare, designed to let users share study materials online and help each other fix mistakes. Every time someone uploaded a lecture or left a thank you message, it felt like another part of my 16-year-old self was being healed. I worked without noticing hunger or sleep, knowing only that every line of code glowing on the screen was another step out of my past. Sometimes, as the morning light slipped through the window, I realized I'd stayed awake all night without meaning to. Seattle taught me how to dream big while staying grounded like someone who had once lost everything. I met Noah, a design school dropout, at a small tech meetup in a co-working space near South Lake Union. When he heard me describe my idea about connecting self-learners, he laughed. "Sounds like LinkedIn for the forgotten," he said. I replied, "Exactly." From then on, we became teammates. I made coffee by day and coded by night. Noah designed the interface and found beta testers. We lived on instant noodles and tap water, slept on the floor, and called our 2 a.m. work sessions, coffee code sessions. 6 months later, Skilltree was born, a name I chose because I loved the image of a tree. To grow tall, its roots must dig deep into the ground. Skilltree wasn't just an app, it was a platform that taught real-life skills to dropouts, immigrants, the unemployed, and anyone trying to start over. I remember the night of our test launch vividly. Only 12 people signed up, most of them Noah's friends. But when I read messages like, "Thank you, I just learned the first skill of my life," I knew I wasn't doing this for money. I was doing it for something bigger, for people like me who had once been abandoned, to give them a way out, a chance to rewrite their own story. Over the next 2 years, Skilltree slowly spread within the vocational learning community. We launched discussion forums and hosted free weekend online workshops. I lived on pasta and instant coffee, unpaid for 18 months, just to keep the server running. Noah used to joke, "If Skilltree fails, at least we'll have mastered one skill: survival." I laughed, but deep down, I knew failure wasn't an option, not after all those years of fighting to prove I wasn't the useless child my parents once said I was. By the time I turned 25, Skilltree caught the attention of a local education investment fund. They invited me to present in a conference room on the 20th floor. I had to borrow Noah's blazer and hide my worn-out shoes under the table. When I presented the idea of education for the forgotten, the room went silent. The fund's director, a middle-aged woman named Grace, looked at me for a long time and said, "I used to be an unemployed single mother. If Skilltree had existed back then, my life might have been different." 2 weeks later, we received $1.5 million in funding. When I signed the contract, my hands shook so hard that the pen slipped from my fingers. I knew, at that very moment, my life had turned a new page. Within 3 years, Skilltree grew exponentially, partnering with vocational centers across the United States and helping over 200,000 people gain new skills and find jobs. We opened a real office in downtown Seattle and hired 5 employees. I no longer slept in a storage room, but I kept the habit of writing down my expenses in that old notebook, a quiet reminder that everything started from a small attic and a girl who once slept in a cold storage room. When I turned 27, my bank account finally reached 7 figures. That day, I didn't throw a party or buy a car. I simply made myself a cup of black coffee and looked out the window. Seattle was drizzling, just like the night I was abandoned years ago. I thought that if my parents still remembered me, maybe they would be proud. But they didn't call. No messages. No congratulations. Just silence thick, invisible, and suffocating, as if I had never existed in their world at all. I thought I had made peace with that until the podcast Roots and Ruins invited me to share my story. They wanted to talk about my journey from an abandoned girl to the founder of $1 million startup. I hesitated, but then I thought maybe it was finally time to tell the truth. I spoke about the note that said, "You'll understand someday," about the Tacoma Library, about Marla, about Mr. Dean, and about how forgiveness doesn't mean letting the people who destroyed you back in. My voice trembled near the end, but the host only nodded and said, "Your story isn't about revenge, it's about rebirth." The podcast was released on an autumn morning. I expected only a few thousand listens, but within 4 days, it had surpassed 2 million. Thousands of messages poured in from people who had been rejected, survived abuse, or been cast out by their families. They said my story made them feel seen. I read every single one, tears streaming down my face. 3 days after the episode went viral, I woke in the middle of the night to a flood of email notifications. On my phone screen, buried among hundreds of supportive messages and interview requests, one subject line made my heart tighten. "We're still family. Don't forget who gave you life." The sender, Lydia Hayes. I sat up, the phone's light casting a pale reflection on the wall, illuminating my face in the window, tired, startled, and filled with something both familiar and dangerous. I opened the email. The first line was a congratulation, cold and mechanical, like something copied from a greeting card. "I'm so proud of you. You finally made it, and now you're old enough to understand why we did what we did. We didn't abandon you, we just wanted you to be stronger. If we hadn't left, you would never have become the woman you are today." I read it 3 times, and each time, my stomach tightened more. Maybe what hurt the most wasn't their shamelessness, but the way they turned cruelty into a parenting strategy. A few minutes later, another email arrived, this time from my father, Robert Hayes. His message was short, emotionless, without even a greeting. "The family is struggling. Cole's unemployed, your mother's sick, hospital bills are high. I know you're doing well. Can you help a little? Family is always family." I gripped the phone so tightly that my palms burned. That phrase, "family is always family," felt like a dull knife twisting through my memory. What family? The one that left me a note saying, "You'll understand someday," and disappeared in the night without a word? I didn't reply right away. I turned off my phone and sat still in the dark, listening to the rain against the window. But then the anger rose, not loud or explosive, but deep and cold. I opened my laptop and typed the first words that came to mind, my hands trembling so hard I almost dropped the keyboard. "No money, no parents, only the truth." I hit send without reading it again. That was it. Short, clear, no more words needed. I thought that would be the end of it. But I had underestimated the cruelty of people who once taught me that silence is respect. The next day, they began sending email after email, long, self-righteous lectures disguised as family letters. My mother listed every act of care she'd ever done for me. "Who fed you? Who took you to school? Who taught you to read? Have you forgotten?" My father wrote about blood obligations, insisting that no one succeeds without the people who gave them life. I didn't reply, but each sentence felt like a needle piercing an old wound that had never truly healed. Then, on a Monday morning, everything got worse. A coworker called me, her voice urgent. "Louisa, you need to check Facebook. Something's happened." I opened it, and for a moment, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. A post from Lydia Hayes' account, showing a photo of me at 16, wet hair, swollen eyes from crying, spliced next to the Skilltree logo. The caption read, "My daughter, Louisa Hayes, is exploiting her family's story to promote her company. Her father and I never abandoned her. Everything she says is fabricated." The post spread like wildfire. Hundreds of comments appeared, some defending me, others doubting me, many calling me an ungrateful child. I froze. That photo could only have been taken the night they left, when I discovered the empty house. They had kept it all these years only to use it now, as evidence against me. I felt stripped bare in front of a crowd, exposed and powerless. Within hours, a local news outlet picked up the post, running a headline: Young CEO accused of fabricating family trauma for publicity. My inbox exploded. Investors sent messages asking, "Louisa, what's going on? We need clarification." I called an emergency meeting with the communications team, my voice trembling so badly I had to drink 3 glasses of water before I could speak. Noah looked at me, his eyes full of both anger and concern. "We'll handle it," he said. "But Louisa, they're not after money, they want to destroy you." And he was right. I knew exactly what my parents were doing since they couldn't reach me emotionally. They chose to attack publicly, to drag me down in front of the world. They knew my reputation was built with everything I had left to give, so they struck right where it hurt most. That night, I couldn't sleep. I reread every email they had sent, every post, every cruel comment. I kept wondering how many people believed them, how many thought I was really a fraud. For a brief, weak moment, I hovered over the delete account button. But I stopped. If I stayed silent, it would mean letting them rewrite my story again. And I couldn't let that happen. The next morning, I called Sarah Miller, a well-known attorney specializing in defamation and media harassment. When I finished explaining everything, she stayed silent for a long moment before saying, "Louisa, what they're doing crosses legal boundaries. We'll fight back not with emotion, but with the law." Sarah asked me to meet her at her office, a glass building overlooking Elliott Bay. When I arrived, she was wearing a black suit, her hair neatly tied, her voice calm but firm. "I need everything," she said. "Emails, messages, photos, every piece of evidence." I nodded, opening my laptop, my hands still trembling, but my eyes had changed. I was no longer the 16-year-old girl left behind with a note. I was Louisa Hayes, and this time, I wasn't running. Sarah guided me through writing a complete timeline of events, from age 16 to the present. When I told her about the Tacoma Library and Mr. Dean, she paused, then said, "I think this isn't just a lawsuit, it's proof that the truth doesn't need anyone's permission to exist." Her words left me quiet for a long while. I realized that this time, I wasn't just confronting the past, I was defending the present I had spent my youth building. A few days later, the official lawsuit was filed. I signed my name under plaintiff, gripping the pen so tightly my fingertips turned white. As the ink dried on the paper, it felt like sealing the beginning of a new era, one where the truth no longer lived only in my memory, but in the records of a court of law. Outside, Seattle was still raining. But this time, each drop against the glass sounded like a countdown to the moment I would finally face my ghosts, not with tears, but with reason. 3 weeks after the filing, I thought things would finally calm down. Sarah advised me to stay away from the media, to focus on work, and to keep my mind steady. I tried. I went back to the office, attended project meetings, and pretended life was normal, even though a quiet storm still brewed inside me. But one May afternoon, when I returned to my apartment on the 17th floor, I froze at the door. Someone had taped a photo of me taken from afar, clearly without my knowledge, as I was leaving the office. Below it, written in red marker, were the words, "Family never gives up." I stared at the photo for a long time, my heartbeat so loud it echoed in my ears. It wasn't just a threat, it was an invasion, a feeling that the past had somehow found its way back to the doorstep. I thought I had locked for good. I called building security. They took the paper down immediately and checked the surveillance cameras, but no one suspicious appeared. I called the police. 2 young officers showed up, took notes half-heartedly, and looked at me as if I were overreacting. "Probably just a prank, Miss Hayes," one of them said. "We'll file a report, but there's nothing to worry about. No one got hurt, right?" I forced a smile and said, "No," but even after they left, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. That night, I called Sarah and told her everything. She was quiet for a few seconds, then said softly, "Don't underestimate this. When people lose control, they often try to reclaim it through intimidation. Keep the photo. I'll add it to the case file." I followed her advice, placed the photo in an envelope, wrote the date neatly on the front, and locked it in a drawer. But from that night on, my apartment no longer felt safe. Every knock on the door, every footstep in the hallway made me flinch. A few days later, that fear became real. A woman in her 40s appeared in the company lobby, well-dressed, her voice gentle as she spoke to the receptionist. "I'm a close friend of Louisa's mother. I flew in from Oregon. Her mother is very ill and wants to see her one last time." Hearing the name Lydia over the intercom pulled me straight back to being 16. I walked out, trying to stay composed. The woman smiled kindly, her eyes glistening, and placed a small envelope in my hand. "Lydia asked me to bring this," she said. "She says she doesn't have much time left." I didn't open the envelope there, I just looked straight into her eyes. "You said my mother is very sick." "Yes," she nodded, hesitating slightly. "Pancreatic cancer. Final stage, she only wants forgiveness." "Which hospital does she work with?" I asked quietly. Her eyes flickered, and she changed the subject. That was enough. After she left, I called the hospital where they'd once used our old family insurance. The person on the line confirmed there was no patient named Lydia Hayes in their system. I called 3 more facilities, including a state medical center where they used to live. The answer was the same: no one by that name was being treated. My breath caught, my chest felt like stone. Inside, the envelope was a small card with a printed cross and a handwritten message. "Forgiveness is what God wants. Louisa, I still pray for you." I brought everything to Sarah. When I placed the card on her desk, she frowned, then looked me straight in the eye. "This is no longer defamation," she said. "This is deliberate harassment." She pulled out a new file, added notes and evidence, then continued. "I'll file for a temporary restraining order. But Louisa, I also want you to start seeing a therapist. You can't let them take over your mind." I didn't respond, because I knew she was right. The anger and fear were slowly consuming me, robbing me of sleep, of focus, of peace. Some nights, even the sound of the doorbell was enough to make me cry. I called Dr. Jensen, the therapist Sarah recommended. She was around 50, with a soft voice, an office filled with sunlight and the scent of mint. During our first session, I told her everything from the night I was abandoned, to the photo taped to my door, to the woman who claimed to be my mother's friend. When I finished, she didn't interrupt or rush to respond. She just sat quietly for a while before asking gently, "If they really were sick, what would you do?" I hesitated. "I don't know," I said. "Maybe I'd still be afraid of them." She nodded. "Fear makes sense. But the question is, what exactly are you afraid of?" In the sessions that followed, I began to see what I'd spent years avoiding. I wasn't just afraid of being hurt by them again. I was afraid of myself, afraid that a part of me still longed for their love, afraid that I might give in and fall back into the same cycle of guilt and debt. Dr. Jensen rested her hand on my file and said, "They don't want reconciliation, Louisa. They want control. When you stop being the child they can dominate, they'll try to pull you back using guilt, pity, and fear. That's not love, it's manipulation." Her words left me frozen. For years, I had told myself they left because they were tired, or struggling, or trapped by circumstances, reasons I could forgive. But now, everything was clear. They hadn't left to teach me strength. They had left to teach me dependence, to make sure I'd believe I had no worth without them. And now, when I finally had everything they said I'd never achieve, they came back for one reason only: to see if I'd still kneel the way I once did. I left the therapist's office that afternoon under a gray Seattle sky, the drizzle thin and mist-like. I looked up at the clouds, feeling both heavy and light at once. For the first time in years, I understood what it meant to know without hurting. When I got home, I locked the door carefully and taped a new piece of paper to my refrigerator. On it, I wrote just 2 words in bold black marker: boundaries. The next day, Sarah called to tell me the court had approved a temporary restraining order for 60 days. I felt a small wave of relief, but deep down, I knew people like my parents didn't stop just because of a paper stamped with a red seal. They didn't need to touch me to hurt me, they only needed to disturb my peace. That night, I sat in my quiet apartment while the rain continued outside. Streetlights cast long golden streaks across the windowpane. I opened my laptop, stared at the blank screen, and typed a few words. I am no longer the child in the note. I wasn't sure why I wrote it, but seeing those words appear on the screen made it easier to breathe. Maybe the past was still attacking, but this time I had walls made of law, awareness, and the very strength they had unknowingly built in me when they left 12 years ago. Outside, the rain kept falling. But inside, something had finally gone still, not because the storm had passed, but because I had learned how to stand in the wind. One morning at the end of June, when the Seattle rain finally paused and sunlight broke through my office window for the first time in weeks, my phone rang. The number was unfamiliar, but the voice that followed made my heart tighten. "Louisa, it's me. It's Cole." There was a long silence, long enough for me to hear my own heartbeat in my chest. 12 years had passed, yet his voice sounded the same low, slightly rough, carrying something between guilt and hesitation. He said he was in Seattle and wanted to see me, just to talk, nothing else. I paused, then said quietly, "Okay, just this once." We agreed to meet at a small cafe in Capitol Hill, the kind with dim yellow lights and the smell of baked bread blending with roasted coffee, the kind of place people choose when they need to say things they don't want the world to hear. When I walked in, Cole was already there, hands clasped, eyes fixed on a cup of black coffee gone cold. He wore a wrinkled shirt, his hair already streaked with gray, his face thinner than I remembered. When he saw me, he stood up quickly, his lips trembling. "Louisa. God, you've changed so much." I sat down across from him, keeping a deliberate distance, my voice calm. 12 years is long enough for people to change, isn't it? Cole looked at me, his eyes caught somewhere between shame and hope. "I know you're angry," he said quietly. "But you have to understand what happened back then wasn't what you think. Mom and Dad, they were only trying to do what was best for you. They wanted you to be independent, to be strong. And look at you now, Louisa. They were right, weren't they?" He forced a small, uneasy smile, trying to find light in a sentence full of darkness. I went still. I'd heard enough excuses for one lifetime, but I still asked, softly yet sharp as a blade. If they did what was best for me, then why didn't anyone come back? Why didn't anyone answer the phone when I called? He lowered his head. For the first time, I saw his shoulders tremble. After a long silence, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "They told me, they said you ran away with a boyfriend. That you didn't want to talk to us. They said if I tried to find you, it would just make things worse. Dad even forbade me from calling you. Every time I mentioned your name, he'd explode." He looked up, eyes red. And I believed them. Why wouldn't I? You were just 16, and I never thought they'd lie about you. I didn't speak. Instead, I reached into my bag and pulled out an old piece of paper, its edges yellowed, laminated years ago. I placed it gently on the table, as if presenting evidence at the trial of my own life. "They said I ran away?" Then read this. The crooked handwriting stared back at him. "You'll understand someday." Cole stared at the paper, then at me. His tears came suddenly, uncontrollably. And in that moment, I didn't see a 30-year-old man, I saw the boy who used to hide behind the door to escape our father's anger. He reached out to touch the note, but I pulled it back carefully. "Do you understand now?" I said softly. "There's no lesson in leaving a child alone in an empty house." Cole nodded, his mouth trembling. "I'm sorry, Louisa. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. If I had, I would have looked for you." I looked at him. Part of me wanted to believe him. Another part knew the truth that this apology had come far too late, but even so, it softened something inside me. Just for a fleeting moment, it felt like we were still the same two siblings sitting in that old living room, watching Christmas movies together before everything fell apart. We sat in silence for a long while. The cafe's background music drifted softly through the air. Coldplay's Fix You, as if the universe itself was mocking us. Then Cole exhaled, leaning back in his chair, his voice lighter now. You know, I've been keeping up with you these past few years. I saw that podcast. You're strong, Louisa. I'm proud of you. I gave a faint smile. Proud? Proud that I survived after being abandoned by my own family? He didn't answer, just stirred his coffee, eyes fixed on the dark swirl inside the cup. The air between us stretched thin, fragile like a string about to snap. I was about to stand up when he spoke again, his voice so low I had to lean forward to hear. Louisa, there's something else. He took a deep breath, avoiding my eyes. The family's in trouble. Dad invested in some land project, got scammed. They owe around $200,000. Mom, she's not taking it well. She cries all the time. I've been trying to fix things, but I can't. He paused, then continued, his voice trembling. I'm not asking for money. I just thought maybe you could show me how to find a lawyer or how to negotiate with the bank. It sounded reasonable, but I could hear what he wasn't saying. I looked him straight in the eye. You want me to pay their debt, don't you? He said nothing. His eyes dropped to the table, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. That's not what I meant. Just that they threw me out at 16, and now they want me to save them? I cut in, my tone calm, too calm. Cole looked up, pleading. Louisa, I get it, you're angry, and you have every right, but there's still Mom and Dad. They raised us, after all. I let out a soft laugh, not bitter anymore, just tired. You know, I once counted coins to buy food. I ate leftovers, washed myself at gas stations. Where were they then? And now that everything's falling apart for them, suddenly I'm the daughter of the family again? He said nothing. The cafe seemed to go silent, only the faint hum of the coffee grinder filling the space. I looked at him one last time, my voice low and steady. You were the one person I thought would come for me. You didn't. I understand you were scared, manipulated, lied to, but if you came here today for money, don't call it family. Cole bowed his head, his hands clenched together. I'm sorry, he whispered. I just don't know what else to do. I stood up, leaving a few bills on the table to cover my coffee. You know, I said as I turned to leave, the night they left me, I waited for someone to come back. You didn't. And now I don't wait anymore. As I stepped out of the cafe, the Seattle wind hit me cold and dry, carrying the faint smell of old rain still clinging to the pavement. I stopped and caught my reflection in the glass window. Behind me, Cole was still sitting there, his head bowed, his shoulders heavy, as if he were carrying the weight of a family already dead. I didn't feel triumphant, I only felt a quiet kind of sadness. The kind that doesn't come with tears, just the realization that sometimes, blood isn't a bond. It's a chain. And today, I had finally taken it off. The next afternoon, while I was in a small meeting room next to the company kitchen, my phone rang. The voice on the other end was sharp, clipped, and dry like a pre-written court notice. This is the attorney representing the Hayes family. If you don't remove your podcast and issue a public apology within 72 hours, we will file a lawsuit against you for defamation, damage to reputation, and intentional emotional distress. I asked for her name, the law firm, and her bar number. She rattled them off quickly, quoting sections from Washington State's Civil Code as if to intimidate me. I calmly replied that all legal correspondence should go through my counsel, then hung up. But the anger I thought I had buried surfaced again, rising slowly, heavy, like an anchor being dragged up from dark water. I immediately forwarded everything to Sarah. 30 minutes later, she called back, her voice sharp and precise, like the edge of a blade. I checked, she said. That woman is a real lawyer, but she has no record of representing Lydia or Robert. This is a scare tactic, a pressure move through media. It's baseless and dirty. We'll respond formally, in writing, demanding that all communication go through me. And we'll require written proof of representation. If they can't produce it, it's harassment pure and simple. I exhaled slowly, looking down at my hands resting on the wooden table. Inside me, the first crack in my calm had begun to spread. That afternoon, my mother's Facebook page appeared again, pushed to the top of my feed by the algorithm. Her cover photo was a Bible verse, and her profile picture had been changed to an old image of her holding me as a child. The latest post read, "My daughter, Louisa, is going through a mental health crisis due to work stress and false memories. Please, I ask everyone to pray for her. Don't attack her anymore. She doesn't know what she's doing." Beneath it were hundreds of prayer emojis, pity-filled comments pouring in like hail. Poor Louisa. I hope she finds her way back to the truth. May God heal her. I sat frozen in front of the screen. This time, they hadn't just called me a liar, they had labeled my entire memory as madness, denied the very reality I had lived and survived, day after day. The Skilltree inbox flooded with offers of psychological help and comments demanding that the unstable CEO be suspended. One of our educational partners sent an email requesting to postpone the contract signing, saying they needed to wait until the media storm passes. I felt as though someone had wrapped their hand around my throat, squeezing, while my office turned into a suffocating fishbowl. That night, when everyone had gone home, only the hum of the ventilation system and the glow of late lights filled the room. I stood by the tall window of the office, looking down at the wet streets below. Seattle's rain had stopped, but the air still felt heavy, as if another storm was waiting to break. I was saving evidence of the post, taking screenshots of the URL and timestamps to send to Sarah, when a sharp, metallic crack tore through the air, a deafening crash that rang like a church bell. The window shattered into a web of cracks, and a brick slammed into the edge of the conference table. Beside it lay a folded piece of paper with large, jagged black letters, "Family is forever." How? I stumbled back instinctively, my heartbeat stuttering, ears ringing. Shards of glass scattered around my shoes, glittering like salt in the lamplight. I called security, then 911, then Sarah. Noah came running from the design room, eyes wide, lips pressed tight, his hand gripping my shoulder as if to check that I was still real, still breathing, still alive. The police arrived, cordoned off the area, asked the usual questions. They looked around, then shook their heads. No street camera across the road, hard to identify the suspect, could be random vandalism. I let out a bitter laugh. There was no room left for fear anymore, only exhaustion and the hollow ache of disbelief. I handed them the paper, pointed to the words, "Family is forever," and said slowly, "Random? Really?" They didn't answer. They just took notes and promised to increase patrols. I sat down, placed my hands on my knees to steady myself, and called Sarah on FaceTime, my voice hoarse. They just threw a brick into the office. Sarah told me to take a deep breath and look straight into the camera. "Listen to me, Louisa. This is an escalation, defamation, then legal intimidation, then fabricated mental illness, and now property violence. We're adding this to the petition for a permanent restraining order. I also want to file a defamation suit with damages, and if this continues, we'll consider an IIED claim, intentional infliction of emotional distress. But more than that, you need to stay safe. Go home with someone, change your schedule, disable location sharing, and don't walk alone at night." I nodded, staring at the cracked glass, thinking of that old note, "You'll understand someday," and realizing that those words once chained me, but today, words had become my liberation treaty. That night, after the staff finished cleaning the broken glass and boarding up the shattered window, I called an emergency meeting. I told everyone plainly, tonight's incident was aimed at me, not at any of you. If anyone feels unsafe, you're free to work remotely. We'll provide counseling and increase security. Noah sat beside me, his hand resting lightly on the table to keep it from trembling. A young employee hesitated before asking, "Are you okay?" I didn't say I'm fine, I told the truth. "I'm scared, but I won't retract the truth. Not today. Not ever." That answer didn't make the fear go away, but it made the room a little warmer. People can feel it when someone chooses to stand upright in the wind. Late that night, I returned to my apartment, carrying a heavy bag full of evidence. I sent all the photo files, videos, and police reports to Sarah through a secure channel, with a short note. I want to take them to court not just to win, but to make sure they never do this to anyone else. I has to. Her reply came that same night. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., we'll file the official complaint for defamation and request a permanent restraining order per statute. I'll also send a demand letter requiring removal of all false posts within 24 hours, otherwise, we'll seek injunctive relief. I read every word slowly, feeling as if I were laying the first stone of a bridge rising out of the old swamp. I knew the road ahead would be long, loud, and exhausting. But I also knew that every version of me, the 16-year-old in the library basement, the dishwasher in the cold kitchen, the founder with trembling hands signing her first contract, was standing beside me now, pushing the same door open together. Before going to bed, I checked my phone and saw dozens more messages saying, praying for Louisa, a few anonymous emails telling me to get treatment, and vague threats repeating the same line. Family is something you can't abandon. I turned off all notifications and placed the phone face down. In the dark, Seattle's rain began again, soft and rhythmic like an old song. I suddenly remembered that night when I was 16, hiding in the library, telling myself, just get through tonight. I hadn't realized that getting through tonight wouldn't just happen once, but over and over, night after night, until it became a way of life. I pulled the blanket over my shoulders and whispered to myself, tonight is no different, and tomorrow, I'll walk into that courtroom. Not with a heart that seeks revenge, but with a simpler will to put an end to the lies. On the day of the hearing, the Seattle sky was heavy and gray, as if even the clouds were holding their breath for the verdict. I arrived early with Sarah and our legal team, sitting in the car as the King County Courthouse came into view through a thin veil of fog. The glass facade reflected a crowd of reporters already gathered, cameras, microphones, banners from morning shows, all pointing towards someone they didn't truly know, but believed was a story worth hearing. When I stepped out of the car, the flashes came like lightning, so bright I had to squint. Someone shouted, "Louisa, do you regret suing your own parents?" I didn't answer. I just tightened my grip on Sarah's hand and walked quickly inside. The hallway smelled like old wood, paper, and cold coffee. It reminded me of the Tacoma Library where I once hid behind the shelves to sleep. The only difference was that this time, I wasn't hiding anymore. The courtroom was packed. The gallery behind me was filled with reporters, bloggers, and curious onlookers. Among them were a few Skilltree alumni holding small signs that read, "We stand with Louisa." Across the aisle sat my parents, dressed neatly, as if preparing for a television interview. My mother wore a beige dress, a cross at her neck, her eyes carefully trained to glisten on cue. My father sat with his arms crossed, his silver hair making him look almost gentle. It was a carefully constructed gentleness. Between them sat Cole, his head bowed, not looking my way. I could see his hands clenched tightly together, his knuckles pale white. The trial began with our side's opening statement. Sarah rose, her voice low and steady, clear enough that she didn't need a microphone. "Your Honor, this is not merely a case of defamation and harassment. This is the story of a woman who was abandoned at 16, had her reputation destroyed as an adult, and is now being subjected to a coordinated smear campaign by the very people who brought her into this world." She raised a hand, signaling the technician to bring up the first slide on the large screen. The image that appeared was the note, "You'll understand someday." Then came photos of the empty house from that night, the landlord's written statement, and finally, a series of emails, social media posts, and security footage showing the stranger taping my picture to my door. Sarah walked the court through each exhibit, her voice precise and unwavering, peeling back the layers of deceit one by one. "This is not imagination," she said. "This is documented reality, dated, witnessed, and verified." And when confronted with the truth, instead of remorse, they called her delusional. The courtroom went silent. I glanced around and noticed a young female reporter quietly wiping her eyes. When it was the defense's turn, my father stood. His tone tried to sound composed, but beneath it was a barely contained anger. "My wife and I never abandoned our daughter. We were teaching her independence. Louisa was always stubborn, defiant. We wanted her to experience hardship so she'd learn to value family. We never imagined she'd twist that into a story for profit. She's been selling online courses, making millions off this so-called trauma. That's why she's here today. Sarah rose the moment he finished speaking. Your Honor, she said, calm but cutting. We have verified evidence that Mr. and Mrs. Hayes made no contact and provided no support to Miss Hayes for 12 consecutive years. We present her verified bank records, rental agreements, and authenticated phone records from the telecommunications company. The judge, a man in his 60s with a stern face but steady, fair eyes, nodded for the clerk to present the evidence. After reviewing the files, he looked directly at my parents and asked, clearly and without emotion, if your intent was to teach her independence, why did you never check whether your 16-year-old daughter was alive? Mr. and Mrs. Hayes, is it true that you left your home when your daughter was 16 without providing any contact information? My father pressed his lips together. We only wanted her to learn how to stand on her own. The judge raised an eyebrow, his voice tightening. By disappearing without a word, leaving her without a home, without money, without food? My mother began to cry, forcing a trembling softness into her tone. Your Honor, we never thought she'd suffer like that. We believed she'd go stay with her grandmother. Her grandmother passed away 2 years earlier, Sarah cut in, her voice cold and precise. Death certificate included in the file. The room went silent. My father's face flushed red. He turned to my mother and muttered something I couldn't catch. The judge leaned back in his chair, tapping his pen slowly against the desk. I keep hearing you use the phrase lesson in independence. But that lesson nearly left a child starving to death in a public library. That's not independence, that's abandonment. And when she survived and built her life with her own hands, you attacked her again, this time with lies. Do you know what that's called? It's sustained psychological abuse. The air in the courtroom was so heavy it could have been carved with a knife. I sat still, my hands clasped tightly together, my vision blurring. For the first time in my life, someone other than me was saying those words out loud. After 3 hours of testimony, both sides were granted closing statements. Sarah looked at me and gave a small nod. I rose, trembling slightly but steady enough to stand tall. Your Honor, I began. I'm not here to win money. I just want the truth to exist on record. They told me I'd understand someday when they left me behind, but I don't need to understand anymore. I just need to be free from them. My voice cracked on the final word, but I didn't lower my head. The judge nodded slowly, then read the verdict. After reviewing all submitted evidence, the court finds the defendants, Lydia and Robert Hayes, guilty of defamation and emotional harassment. The court grants a 5-year restraining order and awards the plaintiff, Miss Louisa Hayes, compensatory damages in the amount of $150,000. Oh, bat! The sound of the gavel struck sharp, final, absolute. My mother burst into tears. My father shot to his feet, mouth open to protest, but a bailiff stepped forward, blocking his way. I didn't look at them. Sarah placed a gentle hand on my shoulder and whispered, "It's over." As I stepped out of the courthouse, the afternoon sun hit my eyes directly. The Seattle wind was cold, but, for the first time, I didn't shiver. Reporters swarmed forward again, microphones raised, voices firing questions from every direction. I said only one thing. Sometimes, to protect the truth, you have to let go of what you once called family. Then I turned away without looking back. On the courthouse steps, I took a deep breath, tasting the faint salt in the air drifting from Elliott Bay. Amid the noise and flashing cameras, I saw Noah waiting across the crowd, raising a hand in quiet triumph, his face glowing with wordless pride. I walked over, and he asked softly, "Want to go celebrate?" I smiled. "No. I'm going to find something I lost a long time ago." He tilted his head. "What's that?" I answered, "Peace." As the car pulled away from downtown, I watched the courthouse fade through the window. Tears rolled down my cheeks, but they weren't bitter anymore. They carried the taste of release of something finished. For the first time in 12 years, I felt light. A month after the verdict, when the case was still floating in headlines but slowly fading from my daily life, an email arrived from my mother's address. My heart clenched, a reflex I thought I'd outgrown. The message was short, just one conversation, please? Just a few words, but they stirred an ocean of memories, rainy afternoons, slamming doors, the sound of footsteps fading away. I stared at the screen for several minutes before typing my reply. All right, one time, in public. I didn't agree for them. I agreed for me to close the door properly, to prove to myself that I had the right to end a chapter instead of being trapped inside it forever. We agreed to meet at a small cafe on the edge of Lake Union, the same place where years ago I used to bury my face in textbooks when I had nowhere else to go. I chose that spot for a reason. It was a marker, a point from my past that I could now revisit not as someone desperate, but as someone whole. The cafe that afternoon was bathed in the weak light of evening, the large windows reflecting the calm water. Patrons sat quietly, sipping tea and watching the boats. My mother arrived first, her face flushed and tears streaking down her cheeks as if she had practiced this moment for a long time. Her crying had become a familiar, useful performance. She wore a pale blue coat, her hands trembling as she accepted the small paper box she had brought. Her brown hair was no longer as full as in the old photo, thinner now with a few silver strands showing. My father came later, moving slowly with a solemn air, his gaze far colder than the picture I still remembered. He sat across from me in silence, like a witness primed with a ready answer. Cole stayed near the doorway, his eyes troubled. He seemed to want to step in, but also knew this was a meeting I needed to face on my own. My mother politely reached out and hugged me the way one hugs a familiar stranger. I didn't push her away, but I didn't return that warmth either. She sobbed and spoke the words I had already read 100 times in emails and on Facebook. My child, I only wanted you to be strong. We were wrong, but I want to heal. My father opened his mouth to defend their lesson in independence, the same hollow phrases that sounded reusable at any moment. I listened with even breaths, feeling as if I stood on a slab of ice. Then I pulled a thick envelope from my bag, not filled with resentment but with a carefully assembled file. Screenshots of the false posts, copies of the extortion emails, the photo taped to my door, the police report, and copies of the restraining order and the court's ruling. I placed the envelope on the table and let them see each piece, each line, showing them evidence that could not be denied. I said nothing, stepping back slightly so they would read it themselves. My mother read aloud between sobs, her face draining of color. My father tried to catch my eye, hunting for a crack, a rehearsed apology. I waited for them to finish, then began, my voice slow and steady, unwavering. If you thought that night was a lesson, then the lesson is over. I understood and I survived. I don't need you to keep positioning yourselves as my teachers. I am not a test you can pass through and then leave behind. The words were crisp, free of hatred but sharp with resolve, and the whole cafe seemed to pause. My father started to speak, but I cut him off. If there is one more threat, one more violation of the restraining order, one more false post, I will take this evidence everywhere they can look. The press, church communities, alumni networks, banks, landlords, anyone you have ever asked for pity. I'm not saying this to shame you, I'm saying it because I will not allow you to keep manipulating my life and the lives of others. My mother's weeping grew louder, as if my accusation had torn down the facade she had constructed, but I did not yield to those tears. I told them about the nights I slept in the library, about Mr. Dean, about Marla, and about the copies of records I still kept ready to be shown if ever needed. I spoke not to earn back sympathy, but to make them hear every fact, every wound they had caused. I made it clear that I had legal counsel, that the court had issued a restraining order, and that if they continued, the consequences would be both legal and public. My mother reached out, pleading, "Please, sweetheart, we're sorry, give me one more chance." I met her eyes and didn't waver. A chance doesn't mean access. If you're sincere, you'll respect boundaries. I wanted them to understand that an apology is the beginning of a long journey, not a convenient phrase tossed into the air. As the conversation quieted, I took out the old piece of paper, the one they'd left on the kitchen table the night they disappeared. I had kept it like a scar, and now I returned it as a declaration of closure. "This belongs to you," I said evenly. "Keep it. It doesn't hold any power over me anymore." My mother broke down, clutching the note as if it were the last ember of something she could still call hope, but I had already stepped back, the line between us now drawn by both words and law. I laid out my terms clearly. They were to obey the restraining order, make no contact with me through any channel, stay away from my home and workplace, and if they ever wished to see their grandchildren, they could petition the court after proving genuine change through action, through therapy, through community work, and through not violating another single boundary. I didn't expect them to accept this right away, but I needed them to know every word had been weighed, and none would be taken back. When I stood to leave, neither of them reached for me. They simply watched, perhaps realizing too late that pity can't rebuild what cruelty destroyed. Cole followed me partway, grasping my hand, a grip heavy with remorse, almost a plea for redemption. I looked at him, gave a small nod, and said softly, "Live well." "I debut." Outside, the sky above Lake Union was clear, the wind sharp but no longer cutting. I pulled my coat tighter around me and felt a strange lightness, not the shallow kind of joy, but a deeper calm, the kind that comes when the final piece of a long, broken puzzle finally clicks into place. I had said what needed to be said. I had drawn the boundaries no one could cross. And as I walked away, my heart understood something with perfect clarity. Endings aren't losses, they're choices. After that final meeting, I left Seattle and moved into a small house by Lake Bellevue where the misty mornings slowly dissolved into soft sunlight, and by afternoon, the water shimmered with gold as if melting into the sky. I didn't choose the place to hide. I chose it to begin a new chapter, one without knocks that made my heart race, one without emails that stole my sleep. The house was barely large enough for two, though in truth, I only needed one and a dog. I adopted him from a local animal rescue center, a golden-furred puppy with dark coffee bean eyes and a tail that curled into a question mark. I named him Scout, after the character in To Kill a Mockingbird, the same book I had read while hiding in the library at 16. Scout ran circles around the porch, and every time I laughed, he barked softly, as if he understood that the world had finally become a little less frightening. Life in Bellevue was nothing like Seattle, peaceful, unhurried, free of car horns and hurried footsteps. I began my mornings with yoga on the balcony, letting my breath move with the mist rising from the lake. Each motion, each inhale and exhale felt like teaching myself peace all over again. I continued therapy with Dr. Jensen not out of fear this time, but out of a desire to understand myself better. We spoke about guilt, boundaries, and simple joy. I told her about Scout, about the quiet breakfasts, about the small eggplant plants growing by my front door. She smiled and said, "You don't have to run from your past, Louisa. Just build it a small room inside your heart, not locked, but where no one can stay." One afternoon, I received a handwritten letter. The slanted handwriting wasn't as sharp as before. In the corner of the envelope was a small note. From Cole. I opened it, feeling a quiet mixture of tension and calm. Inside, he wrote, "I'm sorry, this time, I mean it. I've left home and rented a small room in Spokane. I don't want to live with them anymore. I've read the court records, every word you said. You were right, I just hope we can rebuild, not with money, but with honesty." At the bottom, he had added one more line. "If you agree, I want our family to start again with truth." I sat there for a long time, then wrote a single sentence in reply. "Okay, but no talk about money." I sealed the letter and sent it off, not knowing what the future would bring, but for the first time in 12 years, it felt like an invisible rope around my throat had finally loosened. After the lawsuit, Skilltree remained standing. When the news spread that its CEO had once been an abandoned child, people began reaching out not to pry, but to share their own stories. During one internal meeting, Noah suggested, "Louisa, what if we start a scholarship program for teens who've been abandoned, like you once were?" I looked at him, my chest tightening, and nodded. And that's how Second Start was born, a program that taught skills and offered psychological support for young people who had lost their families. We didn't just teach coding or trade skills, we taught them how to believe in themselves, even when the world had turned its back. Every time I saw those students standing in front of a whiteboard, eyes shining with focus and hope, I thought of the 16-year-old girl I used to be, hungry, scared, yet still learning how to type her first line of code. On quiet evenings in Bellevue, I often sat on the balcony with Scout curled by my feet, sipping a glass of white wine as small boats drifted across the lake. Sometimes, the nightmares still came: the sound of my father shouting, my mother crying, doors slamming, the chill of the storage room. But I no longer woke up gasping. I would simply open my eyes, place a hand over my heart, and breathe. Storms could still come back, but now, I knew how to stand in the center of them without breaking.
Hey, I'm Susan King, 30, a data analyst from Miami. My husband and I worked hard to buy a vacation home in Key West for my parents to enjoy a dream getaway. Sounds generous, right? But things took a wild turn. My parents and brother demanded I let him take over the place, claiming he'd manage it for the family. I flat out refused, thinking that'd shut it down. Oh, how wrong I was. It all kicked off at a chaotic family cookout where their pushy demands sparked a firestorm. Tensions boiled over, secrets unraveled, and trust got obliterated. Then came a jaw-dropping break-in that flipped everything upside down. I had to take a stand, and my plan. It left them absolutely stunned. Stick around to see how this family drama exploded, how I uncovered their betrayal, and what I did to reclaim control. On a sweltering summer day in suburban Miami, my husband Derek and I reluctantly pulled up to my parents' house for their annual cookout. The backyard hummed with chatter, neighbors and relatives milling around, the sizzle of burgers on the grill filling the air. I plastered on a smile, but my gut told me these gatherings always brought trouble. My parents had a way of turning a light-hearted day into something heavy, and I was already on edge. As Derek and I grabbed sodas from a cooler, Douglas and my sister-in-law Cheryl swaggered over, their faces flushed from too many drinks. Douglas's voice was loud, his words slurring slightly as he leaned in close. "Susan, we gotta talk about that Key West house," he said, his arm draped over Cheryl's shoulders. "You're barely there. Let us keep handling it. We need a place to unwind." "You know," Cheryl nodded vigorously, her eyes a bit unfocused. "It's perfect for us to just get away from all the stress," she added, her tone overly earnest, like they'd rehearsed this. I narrowed my eyes, sensing a hidden agenda. That vacation home was my gift to my parents, not a playground for anyone else. "You've stayed there when I've allowed it," I said, keeping my voice steady. "That's enough, isn't it?" But Douglas pressed harder, his tone sharper. "Don't be so stingy, Susan. We could use it more often." "It's just sitting there," Cheryl chimed in, her words tumbling out. "You've got everything, but you can't share with family." Their pushiness felt like a coordinated attack, and I wasn't buying their relaxation excuse. Before I could push back, a commotion broke out near the buffet table. My nephew, Connor, 10, and my niece, Harper, 8, were darting around laughing as they dodged between guests. In their frenzy, Connor's plate tilted, flinging a glob of barbecue sauce onto a neighbor's crisp white dress. The woman let out a sharp yelp, her hands flying to the stain as sauce trickled down her skirt. Harper stopped dead, clutching her juice cup, while Connor snickered, oblivious to the glares. The crowd hushed, eyes darting between the mess and the kids. I stepped forward to smooth things over, but my mother cut in first, her voice slicing through the tension. "Susan, why didn't you stop them? You saw how wild they were." My father, arms folded, piled on. "You need to take responsibility here." I froze, my jaw tightening. Responsibility? Those were Douglas's kids, not mine. Derek's hand brushed mine, a silent signal to stay calm, but my patience was thinning. "They're not my children," I said, my voice low but firm. "Maybe Douglas and Cheryl should keep them in check." Douglas overheard and snapped, "Don't lecture me, Susan. You're always acting superior with that fancy house." Cheryl jumped in, her tone biting. "Yeah, you're sitting on that property. But you won't even help us out. The words stung, drawing curious glances from the guests. My parents didn't step in to diffuse things instead. They doubled down. My mother's eyes narrowed. Susan, you're blowing this out of proportion. Just let Douglas handle the house. It's not a big ask. My father's stern nod backed her up as if I was the one being unreasonable. My chest tightened, a mix of anger and disbelief churning inside. This wasn't about the kids or the spilled sauce, it was about control. They wanted my property, something I'd worked years to afford, handed over like it was nothing. I took a deep breath, my voice cutting through the murmurs. No, that house is for Mom and Dad to enjoy, not for anyone else to take over. End of discussion. Douglas's face reddened and Cheryl's glare could have burned a hole through me. The backyard fell silent, the tension thick enough to choke on. Derek tugged my sleeve, his voice low. We should go. I nodded, my heart racing with frustration. We gathered our things and headed for the car, the sounds of the cookout fading behind us. As we drove off, a bitter taste lingered. My family wasn't just asking for a favor, they were trying to claim what wasn't theirs. I had no clue how much deeper their betrayal would run. A few days after the cookout, my mother started calling nonstop, her tone dripping with urgency. My phone buzzed relentlessly, her name flashing on the screen every few hours. I sighed, already dreading the conversation, but I picked up on her fifth call that day. Susan, you need to stop being so stubborn, Mom said, her voice sharp and insistent. Douglas needs access to the Key West house. He's under so much pressure, work the kids, everything. Let him keep managing it. It's the least you can do for family. Her words felt like a lecture, as if I owed Douglas something for existing. I gripped the phone, my patience fraying. Mom, he's stayed there before when I allowed it, I replied, trying to keep my tone calm. Why does he need to manage it now? But she doubled down, her voice softening into a manipulative plea. He just needs a break, Susan. You have so much. Why can't you share? I ended the call abruptly, her words echoing in my head. Something wasn't right. Douglas had been pushy at the cookout, and now Mom was piling on. I couldn't shake the feeling they were hiding something. That night I sat at my desk scrolling through emails from the utility company for the Key West house. Derek leaned over my shoulder, sensing my unease. What's wrong? He asked. I didn't answer right away. My eyes locked on a string of water and electric bills way higher than they should have been for an empty vacation home. My heart sank as I dug deeper, cross-referencing dates and payments. The numbers didn't add up. For the past 2 years since I'd asked Douglas to keep an eye on the property during my busy work seasons, the usage had spiked, consistent with someone living there full-time. I found a hidden folder in my email buried under spam with confirmations from a rental platform. Douglas had been listing my house online, pocketing thousands of dollars without a word to me. My blood boiled. This wasn't just negligence, it was betrayal. I opened our family group chat, my fingers trembling as I typed. Douglas cared to explain why my house has been rented out for 2 years. I attached screenshots of the utility bills and rental confirmations, my message blunt and unyielding. The chat went silent for a full hour, an eternity in our usually noisy thread. Then Douglas replied, his tone defensive. You're making a big deal out of nothing, Susan. I was just making use of an empty house. Cheryl jumped in, her message dripping with sarcasm. Wow, Susan, you're really blowing this out of proportion. I stared at the screen, my jaw clenched. Before I could respond, my father chimed in. Susan, stop overreacting, Dad wrote. Douglas was helping out, keeping the place active. You should be grateful. Mom followed with a long paragraph, her words a mix of guilt and accusation. We're family, Susan. Why are you so selfish? That house could help Douglas get back on his feet. I couldn't believe it. They were defending him, acting like I was the villain for protecting my own property. The realization hit hard. They weren't just siding with Douglas. They were likely in on it, maybe even splitting the profits. I put my phone down, my mind racing. Derek sat beside me, his voice steady. You don't owe them anything, Susan. This is your house. His words grounded me, but the sting of betrayal burned deep. My family had been using my generosity against me, turning my gift into their personal cash machine. I wasn't going to let this slide. The next morning, I called my property manager, Francis Perry, a no-nonsense guy I'd hired to check on the house occasionally. "Francis, I need the locks changed on the Key West property." I said, my voice firm. "Douglas no longer has access, and I want you to take over completely." Francis didn't hesitate, his tone professional. "Got it, Susan. I'll have a locksmith out today, and I'll install new security codes." I also asked him to check the property for any signs of unauthorized use, my gut telling me there was more to uncover. By afternoon, Francis sent photos of the house, strange furniture in the living room, unfamiliar clothes in the closets, and a stack of takeout containers in the kitchen. It was clear Douglas hadn't just rented it out. He'd let strangers treat my house like a cheap Airbnb. I felt sick, my trust in my family shattered. I sent one final message to the group chat. "The locks are being changed. Douglas, you're done with the house?" "I'm beyond disappointed." Mom replied instantly, her words frantic. "Susan, you're tearing this family apart." Dad added, "This is uncalled for. You're punishing your brother for no reason." But I was done listening to their excuses. I leaned back in my chair, a mix of anger and relief washing over me. Handing the property to Francis felt like reclaiming a piece of myself. My family's betrayal had cut deeper than I'd expected, but I wasn't going to let them guilt me into submission. They thought they could manipulate me, but I was ready to take control, and they had no idea what was coming next. 1 week later, Francis called me, his voice laced with panic. "Susan, you need to get down to Key West now," he said, his words rushed. "Someone tried to break into the house last night." My stomach dropped as he explained the security cameras caught Douglas, of all people, tampering with the gate lock and prying at the back door of my vacation home. My mind reeled. After I'd changed the locks and cut off his access, Douglas had the audacity to try to force his way in. I told Francis to send me the footage and call the police immediately, my voice shaking with a mix of rage and disbelief. By the time I checked my email, the video was waiting. There he was, Douglas, in a grainy night vision clip, wielding a crowbar as he worked on the gate. He moved to the back door, jamming the tool into the lock until it gave way, the metal scraping loudly. A second figure lingered in the shadows, someone I didn't recognize, but Douglas was unmistakable. My heart pounded as I watched him slip inside, only to freeze when the alarm blared. Within minutes, police lights flashed in the frame, and officers tackled Douglas to the ground, cuffing him as he shouted excuses. The second figure bolted, leaving Douglas to face the consequences alone. Francis followed up with another call. "The police have him in custody," he said, his tone grim. "They're charging him with trespassing and property damage. The gate's mangled and the back door's frame is cracked." I closed my eyes, the weight of his words sinking in. My own brother had tried to break into my house, the one I'd poured years of savings into for our parents. The betrayal cut deeper than I could have imagined, but a part of me wasn't surprised. Douglas had already shown his true colors by renting out the place behind my back. That evening, my phone rang again. This time it was Mom. Her voice was frantic, almost unrecognizable. "Susan, you have to help Douglas," she pleaded. "He's in jail. It was just a stupid mistake. He didn't mean any harm." I gripped the phone, my knuckles white. "A mistake?" I shot back, my voice rising. "He broke into my house, Mom. He used a crowbar. That's not an accident." She kept going, her words tumbling over each other. "He was just upset, Susan. He acted impulsively because you cut him off. Please drop the charges. He's your brother." Her tone shifted from begging to guilt-tripping, as if I was the one tearing the family apart. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. "Mom, he crossed a line. He's been stealing from me for years, and now this, I'm not letting it go." She gasped, her voice breaking. "How can you be so heartless? He's struggling." But her words only fueled my resolve. Douglas wasn't struggling. He was entitled, thinking he could take whatever he wanted. I ended the call, my hands trembling, and turned to Derek, who'd been listening quietly. "Am I wrong?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He shook his head, his expression firm. "You're protecting what's yours, Susan. Don't let them guilt you." What stung most was my father's silence. I'd expected Dad to call to say something, anything. Maybe he'd defend Douglas like Mom, or at least try to mediate. But nothing. Not a text. Not a voicemail. His absence spoke louder than any argument, and it hurt more than I wanted to admit. My parents had always favored Douglas, but this letting him face legal consequences without a word felt like they were abandoning me too. I stared at my phone, the screen dark, and felt a hollow ache in my chest. I called Francis back the next day, my mind made up. "Don't let anyone near the property without my approval," I instructed. "And keep the police report on file. I'm not dropping the charges." Francis agreed, his voice steady. "The police have the footage and they're moving forward with the case. Douglas could face a fine or worse depending on the judge." I nodded, though he couldn't see me. For the first time, I felt a flicker of control, like I was finally standing up to the chaos my family had unleashed. As the week went on, I learned more from the police report Francis forwarded. Douglas had claimed he was just checking on the house, but the crowbar and broken locks told a different story. The damage wasn't extensive, about $1,000 to fix the gate and door, but the violation was personal. My house wasn't just a building. It was a symbol of my hard work, my sacrifice. Douglas had tried to take that from me, and my parents' defense of him only deepened the wound. I sat with Derek that night, the police report spread out on our kitchen table. "They think I'll cave," I said, my voice steady but cold. "But I'm done being their doormat." Derek squeezed my hand, his support unwavering. I knew this was just the beginning of the fallout, but I was ready to face it. My family had pushed me too far, and I wasn't backing down. A few days after the break-in, my parents showed up at my doorstep in Miami. The doorbell rang as I was sipping coffee, and my heart sank when I saw Mom and Dad through the peephole, their faces set in grim determination. I opened the door, bracing myself for what was coming. Mom stepped forward first, her voice trembling but firm. "Susan, we need to talk about Douglas," she said, clutching her purse like a shield. "You have to drop those charges and let him manage the Key West house again. This has gone too far." Dad stood behind her. His arms crossed, his silence louder than any words. I felt a surge of frustration, but before I could respond, Derek appeared beside me, his presence steadying. "Let's hear them out," he whispered, though his eyes told me he was as skeptical as I was. I nodded, stepping aside to let them in. As they sat on my couch, I called my best friend, Joyce Brooks, who'd always been my rock in family drama. "Joyce, can you come over?" I asked, needing her sharp perspective. She arrived within minutes, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the tension in the room. Mom wasted no time. "Susan, you're ruining your brother's life," she said, her eyes glistening with tears. "Those charges could destroy him. He made a mistake, that's all." Dad finally spoke, his voice low and authoritative. "You've always been too hard on Douglas. Give him back access to the house, it's for the family." Their words hit like a punch, as if I was the one in the wrong for protecting my property. I took a deep breath, my voice steady but sharp. "Let's get one thing straight," I said, locking eyes with Mom. "Douglas didn't just make a mistake. He rented out my house for 2 years, pocketed thousands, and then broke in with a crowbar when I cut him off. And you're defending him." Joyce nodded beside me, her expression fierce. "Susan's right," she said, her voice cutting through the air. "Douglas betrayed her trust, and you're acting like it's her fault." Mom's face crumpled, but she pushed back. "He's struggling, Susan. You have so much. Why can't you help him?" Dad leaned forward, his tone accusing. "You're tearing this family apart over a house. It's selfish." I felt my blood boil, their favoritism laid bare. Joyce squeezed my hand, urging me to stay focused. I stood up, my voice rising. "You've always put Douglas first. I said, my words spilling out. You knew he was renting out my house, didn't you? And you did nothing. You let him steal from me, and now you're here begging for him. The room went silent, the truth hanging heavy. Mom's eyes widened, but she didn't deny it. Dad's jaw tightened, his silence confirming my suspicions. I felt a mix of anger and clarity, like a fog lifting. I'm done, I said, my voice cold but resolute. I'm selling the Key West house. It's caused nothing but drama, and I won't let it be a weapon against me anymore. And after this, I'm done with you. All of you. Mom gasped, tears streaming down her face. Susan, you can't mean that, she choked out. We're your family. Joyce stepped in, her voice calm but firm. Family doesn't manipulate and betray like this, she said, looking straight at Mom and Dad. Susan's setting boundaries, and you need to respect that. Dad shot up from the couch, his face red with anger. This is ridiculous, he snapped. You're throwing away everything over your pride. He stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Mom stayed, sobbing into her hands. Please, Susan, don't do this, she begged. We can fix this. I shook my head, my heart heavy but certain. You had years to fix this, I said quietly. You chose Douglas over me every time. I'm done letting you guilt me into giving up what's mine. I opened the door, my gesture clear. Mom stood, her shoulders shaking, and walked out, her cries echoing in the hallway. I closed the door, the sound final, like a chapter ending. Derek pulled me into a hug, his voice soft. You did the right thing, he said. Joyce nodded, her eyes warm. You're stronger than they'll ever know, she added. For the first time in weeks, I felt a weight lift. Setting boundaries wasn't easy, but it was freeing. I'd given my family every chance, but they'd shown me who they were. Now I was ready to move forward, no matter how much it hurt. 1 month later, Joyce and I sat down to plan my next move. We were at my kitchen table in Miami, papers spread out, coffee mugs steaming between us. The weight of my family's betrayal still lingered, but I felt a spark of determination. Joyce, ever the voice of reason, leaned forward, her eyes bright with conviction. Susan, you don't need that Key West house dragging you down, she said, tapping the table. Sell it, move on, and do something meaningful with the money. Her words hit home, and an idea formed, one that felt both liberating and defiant. I decided to sell the vacation home, but not just to cut ties. I wanted to turn this mess into something positive. After researching local charities, I chose one that supported underprivileged kids in Florida, providing them with school supplies and mentorship. Donating a chunk of the sale proceeds felt right away to reclaim my power and make a difference. Joyce grinned as I outlined the plan. This is you taking control, she said, her voice warm. Your family won't see this coming. Drafting the letter to my parents and Douglas was the hardest part. I sat at my laptop, my fingers hovering over the keys, each word deliberate. Dear Mom, Dad, and Douglas. I wrote, my tone firm but calm. I'm selling the Key West house. None of you will receive any proceeds. A portion will go to a children's charity in Florida, and the rest will secure my future. Your actions renting out my property, breaking in, and defending it forced my hand. This is final. I read it aloud to Joyce, who nodded approvingly. It's clear, direct, and leaves no room for argument, she said. I sent the letter by certified mail, ensuring they'd all receive it, my heart pounding with a mix of resolve and relief. Derek supported the decision, though he stayed quiet as I worked through the details. You're doing what's best for you, he said, squeezing my shoulder. That evening, I contacted my real estate agent, who estimated the house could fetch a good price despite the minor damage from Douglas's break-in. The process felt like shedding a heavy weight, each step pulling me further from my family's chaos. Meanwhile, Douglas faced the consequences of his actions. Joyce, who kept tabs on local news, forwarded me a court update. Douglas had been fined $2,000 for trespassing and property damage, along with a 6-month suspended sentence. His employer, a small construction firm, let him go after the criminal record surfaced, unwilling to keep someone with a pending case. To cover the fine and his mounting debts, Douglas sold his prized pickup truck, a detail Joyce learned through a mutual acquaintance. I didn't feel joy at his downfall, but a quiet sense of justice settled in. He'd made his choices, and now he was living with them. My parents, too, were reeling. Without my financial support, something I'd quietly provided for years, from helping with their bills to maintaining the Key West house, they struggled to keep up their lifestyle. Joyce heard from a family friend that Mom and Dad had listed their second home, a small condo in Naples, to cover expenses. The news didn't surprise me. They'd relied on my generosity while siding with Douglas, and now they were scrambling. Mom tried calling once, leaving a voicemail filled with vague apologies, but I didn't respond. Dad stayed silent, as he had since the confrontation at my house. Their absence, once painful, now felt like freedom. As the sale of the Key West house moved forward, I met with the charity's director, a kind woman named Elena. I explained my plan to donate a third of the proceeds, enough to fund scholarships for dozens of kids. Elena's eyes lit up, her gratitude genuine. "This will change lives," she said, shaking my hand. I felt a warmth I hadn't in months, like I was finally building something good from the wreckage of my family's betrayal. Joyce, who joined me for the meeting, squeezed my arm. "You're turning their mess into something beautiful," she whispered. The real estate agent called a week later with an offer just above our asking price. I accepted, my heart racing as I signed the paperwork. The house, once a symbol of my generosity, had become a battleground. Letting it go was like closing a door on years of manipulation. I kept Joyce and Derek updated, their support a lifeline through the process. The charity donation was finalized soon after, and I received a heartfelt letter from Elena detailing how the funds would help kids in need. Reading it, I felt a surge of pride, something my family could never take away. As the dust settled, I realized how far I'd come. Cutting ties with my parents and Douglas wasn't just about the house, it was about reclaiming my life. Their actions had pushed me to this point, but I'd chosen to rise above, to create meaning from their chaos. Joyce and Derek stood by me, proof that family could be chosen, not just inherited. I wasn't sure what the future held, but for the first time, I felt ready to face it on my terms. 6 months later, Derek and I were living more peacefully than ever. Our Miami home, once a battleground for family drama, had become a sanctuary of calm. The absence of constant phone calls, guilt trips, and betrayals felt like a weight lifted from my shoulders. I'd spent years tangled in my family's chaos, but cutting ties had given me clarity and freedom I hadn't known I needed. Derek and I filled our days with simple joys, morning walks along the beach, quiet dinners at home, and plans for a future unburdened by their demands. I'd heard whispers about Douglas and Cheryl through mutual friends, though I no longer sought updates. Their lavish lifestyle, fancy dinners, designer clothes, and weekend getaways had crumbled under financial strain. After Douglas's fine and suspended sentence, his job loss hit them hard. Without his income, they'd sold off more than just his truck. Their boat, a symbol of their excess, was gone too. Cheryl, who'd once bragged about their perfect life, now posted less on social media, her silence telling a story of downsizing and struggle. I didn't wish them ill, but their choices had led them here, and I felt no guilt for stepping away. My parents, Mom and Dad, had retreated into a quieter existence. After selling their Naples condo, they moved into a smaller apartment, their social circle shrinking as their finances tightened. Friends told me Mom stopped hosting her usual neighborhood gatherings, and Dad rarely left the house except for errands. They hadn't reached out since I sent the letter announcing the sale of the Key West house, and I hadn't expected them to. Their silence, once a source of pain, now felt like a gift. I'd given them so much time, money, trust, only to be met with favoritism and excuses. Letting go was my way of reclaiming my peace. Looking back, I realized how much this journey had taught me. Protecting my boundaries, even with family, wasn't selfish, it was survival. For years, I'd let guilt and obligation pull me into their chaos, thinking I owed them my loyalty. But loyalty doesn't mean sacrificing your well-being. Cutting ties wasn't about anger, it was about choosing myself, my happiness, and my future. The Key West house, once a symbol of my generosity, had become a lesson in standing firm. Selling it and donating to that children's charity in Florida felt like turning their betrayal into something meaningful, a legacy of kindness, not conflict. I thought about the kids who'd benefit from that donation, their faces bright with possibility as they received books, backpacks, and mentors. That choice, inspired by Joyce's encouragement, reminded me that family isn't just blood, it's the people who lift you up like Joyce and Derek. They'd been my anchors, reminding me I was worth more than my family's manipulation. Every step from confronting Douglas's schemes to walking away from Mom and Dad's demands showed me the power of self-reliance. I'd built a life I was proud of, not because of them, but despite them. Now sharing this story, I want to thank you all for listening. This hasn't been easy to tell, but it's real, raw, and a part of who I am. I hope it resonates with some of you because I know I'm not alone in navigating family drama. Have you ever had to set boundaries with someone close to you? Maybe you faced betrayal or had to make a tough call to protect your peace. Drop a comment below. I'd love to hear your stories, your struggles, and how you've come through stronger. And if this story struck a chord, please share it. Let's spread the message that standing up for yourself, even against family, is a strength, not a flaw. Your support means the world, and I'm grateful for every one of you who's followed this journey. As I sit here reflecting on the past year, I feel lighter than ever. The house is gone, the drama is gone, and I'm left with a life that feels like mine. Derek and I are planning a trip not to escape, but to celebrate. Maybe we'll head somewhere new, somewhere that's ours, free from the shadows of my family's choices. I don't know what tomorrow holds, but I know I'm ready for it, grounded in the truth that my peace is worth protecting. Thank you for being here, for hearing me out, and for reminding me that stories like mine can inspire others to find their own strength.